Let me know if you want me to record. I doubt it, though.
Nah, I got it.
Okay.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And with me today is a special guest, Dick Masterson of The Dick Show. Hey, man.
Hey, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
Not much. Not much. Today was a day, and I missed all of it.
Oh, you did. It was a great day. It was just another one of those Maddox Mondays. You know, I have been laughing hysterically all day as Maddox and Pope Hat, of all people, go cuck at each other.
Today is a special guest.
Dick spilling spaghetti all over the place. Maddox, who is finally talking about the lawsuit you want to talk about PR and marketing. Maddox has finally decided to talk about the lawsuit in a method that he does not control at all and has not monetized, which is just spurging out on Twitter.
And a year late.
He's still talking about the rape list, man. I can't believe it. It's like 2 years ago.
Well, why did you incite people to set up a rape list?
Yeah, why did I incite his harassers? What an idiot.
It's fantastic. The guy can't not be who he is.
No.
I always used to think a lot of it was put on, but it's not.
None of it is.
It's born and bred.
He's the lunatic.
So
I tweeted, I think, just to say something mean, that his dad's like way older than dads of our generation. His dad carries around like a laminated card saying why the income tax is not constitutional or something, and he whips this out to show people like it's his dad's version of the decoy wallet, which Maddox actually carries around. I think Maddox is going to have a laminated card printout of the rape list from 8chan that he carries around to his death. Yeah. He's that obsessed.
The rape list that was seen by the entirety of him and whoever made it.
L Pup.
Yeah.
Him and L Pup.
Who's L Pup?
L Pup is the dickhead who made it. He was like
okay.
He's a super fan of the show.
I thought it was Mr. Burgers.
No, L Pup. I think it was L Pup and his friend made a rape list like as a play on the stupid get raped. Like they made it as a joke on 8chan, and they added just like stupid characters to it, like Hillary Clinton and
wasn't Lenora on there as well?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying these are it was well executed or that it was funny or some of it wasn't mean spirited, but it was just guys acting retarded, like acting like assholes.
Yeah.
Well, that's what 8chan's for.
Right. That's what a lot of people might not realize is that's what the early days of all of the Dick Show online forums were.
Yeah.
That was a big rift between the Facebook and the Reddit, was that the Facebook wanted to stay as just a gaggle of trolls, whereas the Reddit wanted to be like serious highbrow discussion about the show.
Yeah.
But that it was just shit posting online. That's what it was. Yeah. And so that was simpler times.
Are you going to talk about the 8chan getting deplatformed from Cloudflare at all? Are you gonna have Josh on to talk about that this week?
I might. I need to have him on. I've got you tonight. I've got Ty Beard tomorrow. I want to have the guy from Bubba Fest, the CEO of Bubba Fest, on this week. I've got to talk to him, but I want to get him on sometime. I need to get Josh on to talk about that and the ESA doxing 2,000 journalists.
God, that's funny.
Did you see they tried to do a DMCA takedown on Kiwi Farms of the list, saying they own the copyright to the names and addresses
of the phone book? Yeah. So Dick Masterson is a retard. You have to remove the DMCA on the Dick Masterson part. You got to blur that out. That's my cop. That's my parents' cop. Mom, can you copyright these people? They're using your copyright that you came up with the moment you came up with it. Good luck with that.
Yeah, and of course it's Josh. So his answer is you like don't own these or whatever. Oh my
Good
God.
luck.
Well,
maybe someone shouldn't be, leaving every little piece of trash around. Maybe you shouldn't be sending so many memos. How about that?
Exactly.
Stop fooling around with your data, you idiots.
Yeah, data security. It's a big topic. Big topic. Yeah. I'd like to have Josh on to talk about that. I just gotta figure out a time for all this stuff, of course. Yeah. And I don't know too much about the. I'm not an internet, I'm not internet people or whatever. No, I'm just kidding. I just don't really understand how it functions in the same way that all of you normal people do. And so
Cloudflare.
Yeah, well, because I know they're a hosting service, right?
Well,
or are they a domain listing?
Say that it's more of it's a protection against DDoS attacks. It's a cache. It's a content delivery network. So it sits in front of everything, and they've got servers all over the world. They sit between your servers that are computationally expensive to generate your websites. Right. You serve it. The end user sends a request in. The DNS system routes the domain name to Cloudflare, which then either has a cache of your site or fetches it. So their specialty is only in protecting against high traffic loads, which a DDoS attack is, and which 8chan, Kiwi Farm, every site should have protection for. Right. As sites get increasingly computationally expensive to generate. Kicking them off is. I think it's only interesting in that they treated when they did it to Stormfront as though they were committing a grievous sin against the nature of the internet. Mm-hmm. And they said it seemed like it's something they said they would never do again. Like, this is horrifying. We'll never do this again. Like it was like they sacrificed a baby. They treated it when they did it to Stormfront like this is just the worst thing we do. And then when they did it again to 8chan, they're like, well, we're going to have a conversation about all this hate online. You motherfuckers, you said you knew how evil you knew how sick and demented this was when you did it the first time, and now you're doing it again like it's fucking nothing, you assholes.
And anybody who starts off a sentence with, it's time to have a conversation, needs a fist in the teeth.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, here's my opener for this conversation. Here's my point and counterpoint, you fucking assholes.
Yeah, it's oh, by the way, it's Daily Stormer, not Stormfront. How dare you?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But yeah,
you know what? That's just what I pretend that I don't know it, so people can't bust me as being a white supremacist.
Right, exactly.
So I'll throw that, like Alphonse Hitler. Who was that guy? Who?
Yeah, no idea. No idea who that guy is. So that's I want to talk to Josh about that. For sure, in the ESA stuff, that'll make an interesting show. Of course, today you and I are going to talk about the Vic situation, and what sparked me reaching out to you for this particular show was renowned First Amendment attorney Jay Woolman, associate at the Randazza Law Group. Are you familiar with Mark Randazza?
No.
He's like, if you asked a person to name a major First Amendment attorney or free speech attorney or whatever, and there was any chance that they would name anybody, it'd be Mark Randazza. That'd be that's how I'll describe him. He's like the celebrity free speech lawyer, du jour at least. And this guy works at his firm. He's actually, Jay Woolman was doing Alex Jones's federal case for the Sandy Hook defamation stuff. But when it got moved to Connecticut, I believe a local Connecticut attorney took the lead on it. Anyway, he said that according to him, that Vic should have just gone and hired a PR firm. And you said, stay in your lane, lawyer. You don't know anything about PR.
Oh, is that who I said that to?
Yeah. Yeah, it was great. But you're right. That's the important thing. Is at least in my opinion, you're right. But
I mean, I would love to see a problem that I would love to see a marketing problem or a PR problem that is solved by throwing money at it. Like,
right.
let me see that problem, please. I imagine that doesn't work in law. Like, you don't just say like, oh, well, you should have hired. Well, no matter what happens, you should have hired a lawyer. That would have fixed it. Like, that's not going to fix it.
Now that Johnny Cochran's dead, no, there's no one you can hire. No, it's a crazy thing. If money could repair, if just there was some X and that was cost to PR repair my rape allegation, then no, we'd never hear a rape allegation again. Right?
Yeah.
Like they'd be gone. Weinstein would be just still making movies and
House of Cards would still be on. The seventh season would have been good instead of a feminist shit show.
Exactly. And Cosby would still be buying Quaaludes. It's
no, it's crazy. It's so crazy to even suggest like it. I mean, there are, I can't talk specifically about anything I've been involved in. Like I've been in marketing for, God, what year is it? I don't know, 17 years. And usually more on the, always more on the technical side. But I think there's truths that you don't pick up along the way, which is while every single case is very different, like you can't just apply this. Okay. Vic is not an airline company. Like you can't throw normal PR shit at a guy because he's fighting I think Vic's fighting like a 3-front war here. We've got Vic the politician who is representing the aggrieved, who's representing the wrongfully accused in the Me Too movement, which is inherently political.
Right.
The Me Too movement is as much as it is as against the patriarchy and whatever, and even sexual inappropriateness in the workplace and sexual dynamics. It is also about power.
Of course.
And not even maliciously, but it is just about power, because it will happen where there is this kind of imbalance that the sexual inequalities will be weaponized against people like Vic. The power plays of it make it political in a very real way, and it's also about a guy keeping his fucking job. Like this is the point that these PR dummies don't realize. Like Vic isn't. If the airline police come into an airplane, drag a guy out, kick the shit out of him, nobody cares. They could get up. They could send everybody on the plane a cake. They could fly everybody around the world, or they could get on the news the next day and say, you know what, go fuck yourselves. The way everybody buys flights is by going on kayak.com and just finding the lowest rate. And none of that will change this. Vic doesn't have that. Vic doesn't have anything ensuring his employment, which I know you've talked about, because I've heard you've talked about it on the show. I heard Vic talk about it, for fuck's sake, in the deposition. Right. Vic said, I have no power, none. I'm a hired gun that they bring in because I've produced in the past. I produce reliably. And if you hire me, I show up, I get it done. Maybe some people come for me, but they're coming here because they like the show, they like the property, and keep in mind, most people hate the dubs. Yeah, like this isn't even. I'm not even necessarily a good thing. I'm just here. I have the fortune of being here. There is no PR company in the world. There's no PR play in the world who could predict a Nick Rekieta on the case, which is like, so to hear a lawyer say it, especially who lawyers, if you ever ask a lawyer for advice, you're going to get the safest answer possible, which is don't say anything. Right. Hey, what should I do? Don't say a fucking word. Don't say, like, the whole lawsuit that I was in with Maddox. I assume Asterios and I got the same advice. Although Gary, Adelman, and Mads never gave me this advice. I assume because they knew it would be a waste of time. Right. Just don't say anything. If somebody reaches out for a comment, press reaches out for a comment, don't say anything, because all they want to do is make a meal of you. And if you look at the way individuals have run their crisis PR up until this point, which is what this would be, I think it has been a complete and unmitigated failure, disaster, whatever you want to call it. I'm going on too long, and this is the Nick show. I don't mean to.
No, you're fine, man. This is your lane. I'm just the lawyer.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I know a little something about, number one, keeping your job, keeping your clients, and keeping your fans, like giving people the opportunity and the ability to still appreciate, to still enjoy the part of you that represents them through a PR crisis like this, which is the very nuanced line that Vic has to walk, and which I think you're actually doing it. I think you're actually doing it in more than he is, but you can't hire that. You can't pay for that.
No, and Vic doesn't pay me a penny. That's the funny thing, and I think that's one of the problems that a lot of the people have with their calculation, is that if Vic were hiring me to do this, rather than me just thinking it's funny, it would cost an infinite amount of money to hire someone to do this
every night,
and
right?
It's not, every night. You're talking 20 to 22 hours on an average week of specific targeted demographic marketing. And you're talking about, and it's not like I planned on this to happen. That's the other thing. It's because if you planned it, it wouldn't work. You couldn't choose the formula ahead of time, because you don't know how people are going to react. That's why it would cost the cost scale would just be out of reach for anybody. It was just a bunch of good fortune that made me the person who did it. And I guess maybe it's bad fortune. I don't know. We'll find out. But yeah,
it's working out for you.
It's doing great for me. I hope it does great for Vic.
Yeah.
But and I think it is. I think it is going well. I'm biased, but I think my goal at the start of this was, win or lose the lawsuit, I want this man to have access to the people who like to see him.
Yeah.
And I want him to be able to have a career that carries on past this. It may not be in anime. It might not be in dubbing anime through Funimation, but it may be something similar, or it may be independent content creation, or who knows? I don't know what it would be. That's going to ultimately be on what he wants to do with it. But he's a smart and very capable guy. So I have a lot of faith in his ability to do that, so long as people are willing to be there and stick with him. And I think that the one thing that all of these lawyers on Twitter have missed, all of them, is that they've miscalculated that every community out there has a big group of people who really just want their guy to say, "Don't do this to me," and to fight back.
Yeah. I think that's what I meant by the multiple front war Vic's fighting, because you've got guys like me who are never going to buy a Vic product, I'm never going to watch an anime that Vic's been in. I'm sure they're great, but
what about Star Trek Continues?
I might watch that. I'll tell you what, I might watch that, but I'll torrent it because I'm criminal.
It's free. It's on YouTube.
Oh, I'll torrent it anyway because it's stolen.
The principle of the idea. I would download a free video. Absolutely.
A meal stolen always tastes better. It's the different factions of this culture war that Vic has to represent, that I don't think people understand, and I don't think, like you're saying, I don't think he can escape out from under it once it gets going. In the same way that nobody has yet, like the Kevin Spacey and even Andy Signore, who called into the show last week. he's just done. Like it's not the crime that he's guilty of. It's the social rules that he broke that are now wrong. And I think that's the most important part to remember when it comes to these crafted apologies that these idiots are always talking about. Like Vic's, I forget what Vic's first apology was.
Oh God.
But that was a great example of how especially a guy like Vic, like you're in a political situation, and an apology is always going to fuck you. It's just always going to fuck you, because if you don't mean it, even if you mean it, it's going to fuck you. Even if you mean it, that is just the beginning. Like even if people want you to apologize, because everybody, like I have this stick up my ass about the don't ever apologize squad, because they're missing a very important part when it comes to apologies in general, and the act of apologizing, and the act of the need for an apology, which is it feels good to accept an apology. Like
right.
It's satisfying a want. People want to forgive. Like people are very self-serving and narcissistic, and they want to hear an apology so that they can live up to this belief that forgiveness is next to godliness, or whatever the saying is. I don't know what it is.
Well, I don't know either, but it gives you power over the other person. I have the ability to absolve you of what you did to me.
Yeah.
And that's something that you don't get that kind of control over people as a normal person very often.
Yeah.
But to have them come before you and say, look, that's it's got some intoxication to it for sure.
It's something people want. And if there is a want for it, you're leaving it on the table to just refuse it on principle. It's definitely, it can fuck you, even if you do it well. Even if people want it, you do it well, they think you're honest. They could say, yeah, you know what, and that's a good start. Now you're going to be crawling through shit forever. But this is the key part of the Vic case, is that people don't want it. Like nobody on the political side of the Kick Vic crew wants an apology. Right. They don't want that. They want to be on the cover of the box. They want the guy that was inappropriate with them over text, and they feel embarrassed because they didn't write him off, or whatever twisted emotions inside themselves, and the complexity of those emotions will hurt Vic, because he can't. It's not just like I scratched your car, I'm sorry. It's I'm sorry that the entire world is like this. I'm sorry that sexual dynamics are like this. I'm sorry for everything that happened in your fucking life. The complexity of it is going to fuck him.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that on the day that you came up to my counter to pay for my autograph and I gave you a hug, that day was some trigger moment for you, that you had a bad week or you broke up with your boyfriend or something, and that caused, whatever it may be, that caused that event, or that even several years down the road, you thought back to that moment and something brought you there that now makes you regret that happened. Like there's so much that plays into this individual, into your individual response to a situation that 100 people in front of you navigated with ease, right?
Yeah.
But you're the exception there. Sometimes it's not the person doing it, it's you. But back on the apology thing, this was, I think, what people were missing with, you had a spat with Sargon a while ago.
Oh yeah.
Over his refusal to apologize to Patreon.
Yeah.
And now there's, before everybody has an autism fit in the chat, I get it. Like there's dispute over whether the apology would work, but it was the principle of the idea that there's never apologize. And then there's, I think what you're kind of modifying that to is never apologize in the political situation, because
now here's why it's, I think here's why it's nuanced and why you can't hire for this kind of thing, because it's it can't, to some level, I don't think it can be taught. Like, you're going to get, especially if you're going into a sphere that relies on marketing, usually I like to think that at least half of people are incompetent, maybe up to 80%. But if your job is convincing people of shit, it's probably going to float somewhere up in the 95%. And I would say that's true of personal experience, like people I've met in the field. They're grossly incompetent and only focused on selling themselves.
Right.
Which, if your business is selling in general, yeah, you're going to be pretty good at it. The apology in Sargon's case, especially in politics, which is Vic's situation too, it should be used primarily as a reframing tool, which is, this is my story.
Sure.
If you talk to anybody involved, they're going to say, this is the story that you have to tell. You have to walk people through the story of what happened and who you did, evoke sympathy. Everybody knows the beats to the story that they want to see, and you have to walk them through it. That's how you win. For Sargon, it's in a similar situation. He's also a guy who's political. He's up against political enemies who will seek to dehumanize everything he's doing. Will seek to take all of the story beats out of him to just make him a monster. But he's also got to keep his job.
Yeah.
Like, he's got to keep the thing that pays his bills, which is the Patreon. And he was told very simply. And I have to assume it's true, because the only reason we know what he was told is because that guy, Matt Christensen, secretly recorded a conversation with a Patreon rep. Like, it doesn't sound like they give a fuck at all. And by the way, through my dealings with the bank for setting up a Patreon clone, I have found this to be the most reasonable explanation, that they just found this shit that he was doing and needed something to say for it.
This is the difference I was getting at. For Sargon, the apology was a card in the deck. And they said, if you give us the Queen of Hearts, they didn't say it as overtly, but the idea was, if you give them the Queen of Hearts, you'll win automatically. Yeah. If you just give that to them, they'll win. And you're holding the Queen of Hearts saying, I was told to never give it away. Yeah. And so I can't do that. And
it's like, I'm gonna stamp on your foot and say, hello, Mr. Thompson, and you say hello, and he's just sitting there. Do you get that reference? The old Simpsons reference, the witness protection program, when they became the Thompsons. They tried to get Homer to answer to Mr. Thompson for like an hour, and he just wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I saw so many of the old Simpsons. I don't remember that one, but no, it's the idea of just, you get the feeling from some of these companies that they'll say, please do the thing.
Yeah.
Here, I can give my audience an interesting example. So one of the lawsuits I'm covering is Richard Meyer versus Mark Wade. And they had this jurisdictional discovery to determine if the Texas federal court could have jurisdiction over Mark Wade. And one way to look at the magistrate judge reviewed their arguments and made a recommendation, and he recommended that the tortious interference case, they had jurisdiction, and they didn't over the defamation. But he gave a bunch of reasons they didn't have it over the defamation. One way to look at that magistrate recommendation was, look, guys, if you can just do these things and tell me how we have these things that I know you want to say, but you didn't say just clear enough. If you just do it, and especially in a jurisdictional question, because I've said this over and over, if a court can take jurisdiction over an issue, especially thinking about it, Texas judge, even though it's federal court, wants to take jurisdiction over a Texas case between two Texas residents. Right. Or in a Texas contract. Of course they want it. And so the magistrate laid out, please give me this in several steps. And then they did. And that now they're getting their way. They've got their amended pleading. And now Mark Wade he'll have to file another motion to dismiss. But we've already seen all of the arguments as applied. Now they're going to just be applied with Texas as a definite root on the second step, and they're going to run into the same sort of trouble. But so that was the idea. That's what I think you were getting at with the Sargon thing, and it doesn't apply to Vic in the same way. There isn't. If we look at it this way, Patreon has a big company behind them saying, you need to give us something to explain why you're allowing this. And they say, okay, we go to this person and say, look, we really need you to apologize. Just trust us to do this so that we can take it back to the guy who's yelling at us. Right.
Right.
And that was the chain that existed there. That's what you were trying to impress upon people, I think. And
it's just entirely reasonable that that's the way it works. And by the way, so I mean, if we're looking at the root, if we're looking at the basic violation that initiates the apology, it's that you fucked up by somebody else's rules. That's the point. Like, you fucked up in context, which Sargon absolutely did. Like, we know that this behavior is unacceptable. We know it. It doesn't matter that other people do it, but in this context, you goddamn well know it's unacceptable. You weren't surprised to get the notice. I wouldn't be surprised to get the notice. I wasn't surprised when I got the notice 2 years ago that I was making fun of Maddox too much and that they were considering killing my account. Thank God he sued them and proved that he was the idiot in that back and forth. But the point of the apology is not to admit that you did something wrong. It's to admit that you did something wrong under somebody else's rules, which he absolutely could have done. I mean, it's complicated, but he could have satisfied everybody. He's just too stupid to frame it properly, which is what you have done in the Vic endeavor, in the Vic debacle. Vic's first, I read some of his first apologies, and it seems like he's just kind of stabbing in the dark.
Well, I think what came out in deposition is that he had gone to a PR couple.
Yeah.
Or some sort of PR couple. I don't know if they're officially affirmed, but they do this. They help people craft messaging.
Sure.
And they went with what I look at it as being at least a decade behind. Maybe close to 20 years behind in this idea where you could have this thing and the publicity of it would blow over and it would go away. But now the way Twitter works, once your story is out there on Twitter and you're public enough, whatever level of public that is, and it doesn't have to be much. You could become public by Twitter too. I'm not making a public figure argument before anybody concerns themselves with that, because it can happen to a guy named Kevin, right? It doesn't matter who it is. Once it's out there enough that you've got a group of people who will marry themselves to this cause and run with it, that you're no longer in the realm of it going to blow over. You're just not.
Yeah, well, that's what the law Twitter doesn't understand, is that you're not paying to win a court of public opinion battle. You need to keep your job. And
right.
Once you don't have your, this is one guy at Funimation who decided to pull the plug on Vic, or two or three, however many people. This is a PR campaign dedicated to the smallest group of people on the planet who are just on Twitter, gauging public reactions, probably getting hit up by people internally all the time, who are also looking at the books on their own and saying, well, what's this going to do? What is the consequence of firing this guy? That is the real loss of the Kick Vic campaign, is that he got fired. That was his life that got taken away from him. So I don't think that PR is the correct answer, because all they want to do is feed or placate this mob of people who hate Vic, who
Right.
don't consume his products, who would never support him in a million years, who just want to score political points. And in that regard, in that world, in that scope, in that context, it makes no sense for Vic to even be involved. Like, he can't win that fight.
Yeah, I agree. Because you're fighting against nothing. You're not fighting against numbers. You're not fighting against business reality. You're fighting against a faceless group that is given a perception of power by the decision-making group. And that's an impossible fight. You can never convince them, because if they're what was it? Vote up information bubbles, right?
Filter bubbles.
If their filter bubble contains a bunch of these people, that's all they're ever going to see.
Yeah.
And if that's what they see, then there's no way they can do anything about it. There's just nothing they can do to counter that. In their business world, they're like, oh, we got to get rid of it. Look at all of the nonsense going on. But yeah, that the couple PR advisors or whatever helped him craft a message it was a non-apology. I mean, it really was. He doesn't apologize for what they wanted, but he apologized enough to probably do damage to himself.
Yeah, definitely. That is the worst way to apologize. Is everybody knows this because everybody's been in some kind of relationship in their life. You know an insincere apology when you hear it, because it's not. It's about, in Vic's case specifically, it's about something that he doesn't understand. Like, you can tell when I was reading it, at least, it seemed like he's apologizing for something he doesn't really understand. And after watching all the depositions and seeing everything play out, I could pick a couple things that I would think he would want to apologize for, or that he would apologize for. And I think there are people who would be receptive to it. But I don't think he addressed him in his initial apology. It was like reading a brand. I think apologize for something.
I think if any single person came up and said, "Hey, back at this convention, I came up to see you at your table, and you gave me a hug and a kiss, and I didn't want it. You kissed me on the cheek or whatever. I didn't want you to do that, and I feel like that was you taking advantage of your position or whatever." I bet he would, if they did this in person, I bet he would drop to his knees, grab their hands, and beg their forgiveness. That's the kind of guy. I'm not saying that that's the right move either, but just in talking to Vic over the course of this thing and in meeting him, I know the very idea that someone walked away from an encounter with him with anything less than happiness hurts him, like, in a specific way, which I think that's something I'm glad I don't possess, that weakness. Because I don't know how to live with having to individually please that many people. And he's very good at it, but you can't do it. You can't bat 1,000.
No, when I fucked up the Australia tour, I printed out a list of everybody who had tickets, and I whipped myself on the back with a cat of nine tails for every day for a week, like the Scarlet Letter. Did you do it,
like, speaking in Latin while doing it?
Yeah. Yeah, I prayed to Paul Hogan. I have a shrine of Paul Hogan stuff and boomerangs at Crocodile Dundee. I went in the closet and did that every day. But he's in a very complicated spot, Vic.
So what would you I want you to start thinking about how you would deal with it. Like, let's say now you don't do crisis PR specifically.
No.
You do SEO. And I have a different question about SEO for you that I find very funny.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Well, I want to get into that, but I've got some chats to read.
Oh, good.
But I'm curious how you would handle a PR situation like this, because you don't do PR, but you did PR, like, for yourself. And,
a lot of it's about getting the story out there. Like, that's the I think you'll see that too in the Vic thing. Like you're always working against, in this case specifically, you're working against media outlets who are running with the other side and who try to make you look as stupid as possible, you and everybody who supports Vic. And that's really the crisis. That is really the problem that Vic needs to address and that you address, is taking the confidence out of people. That's been the battle at every stage of this, even with 8chan, with Cloudfront, Cloudflare, with all the deplatformings. It's just taking the wind out of everybody's sails, taking the guts out of everybody by embarrassing us, embarrassing Vic, embarrassing you, at every step along the way. And to do that to fans, to do that to supporters, to erode the supporters, such that Vic has, no audience left or no support left, is the way they win.
Right. And the anti-venom to that is people who are unashamed of who they are and how they got there.
Yeah. And you got to get that out. You got to get that out first.
Exactly. Okay, let me hit some of these chats, and then we got to go through the Maddox and Popat stuff, because on your Reddit there, people have put together the whole conversation, and there's a joke that in there that I think flew under the radar.
Oh no!
And it's, oh man. Somewhere a bike got in an accident. We'll talk about it. Cypress says, Hot Wheels is mad that Jim took over the website and is running it 10 times better than he ever did. Hot Wheels is a coward who used to defend jailbait due to it technically being free speech. Frick Hot Wheels. Viva la Pig Farm. I don't know what that's about at all.
I don't know what a pig farm is.
I don't know. I don't know who Hot Wheels is. Is that Tonka?
Is that 8chan?
Oh, maybe that's 8chan. Who's Jim in regards to 8chan?
Oh God, who took it over?
Whenever
the founder of 8chan was Brent Hot Wheels.
Okay, so this is
and I think two guys took it over. Took it over after him. I think it was Jim and Ross.
Could be. I don't know anything about it. But someone said, despite only being 13% of the clouds. I mean, come on. Ryan Mercado says, how are you both doing? I'm great.
Great. Just great.
Did you guys see that poorly done hit piece on Vic? That was the Dallas Morning News.
I did.
Okay. This is what I'm talking about, being a decade or more behind. They did. Like, to me, this is everything they were talking, that Law Twitter has been talking about with, I'll hire a PR firm and do all this. So Dallas Morning News runs this piece about, Monica and Jamie. They take the picture at the Dallas Morning News studio. It's in the caption. They took it on July 24th to make them look like dead war heroes or something. Like,
yes. Yeah. They look like Vietnam. They look like POWs.
Yeah. The opposing faces, looking away.
This is like my surgery went wrong picture. I'm still looking for my daughter picture.
And they run this. It's an ad in the newspaper. It's the only two lawyers who responded are Jamie's lawyer and Monica's lawyer. Funimation's lawyer said no thanks. Ty apparently ignored them completely.
Probably smart.
Yeah. Oh, of course. What were they gonna? You read that piece for 30 seconds and you can understand exactly what was going on.
Yeah.
They didn't reach out to me at all, which is fine. I don't expect them to. But they do this. They do this piece, and all I could think of is, this is what they thought Vic should do. Go out and you get a PR person who can either pay their way into the front page of a paper, or who knows they know a couple of staff writers they can get them there.
I don't like talking about specifics of my job, but all of my experience with PR has been writing checks to get in papers. Mm-hmm. That's it. There is nothing else. I almost
did the job that was the middleman between the papers and people who write the checks to papers.
Yeah. And I don't mean small ones. I mean all of them. It is like, this is what you're paying for. I don't know if this is interesting, but it's like, you can't control what other people do who support you, and if it's not genuine, it's bad. Like when the James Gunn shit happened, nobody could control everybody laying down to save that idiot. Nobody could control all the other people in the movie, all the other actors saying, you know what, fuck it, this isn't right. We're gonna do whatever it takes to get him back, right? Because that's what brought him back. Like, it wasn't anything he said. It's other people, and that's why I think no matter who you go to, they're never gonna pull in and Nick Rekieta off the street and say, hey, can you just fix this? Like, can you fix this for this guy? No, that's not gonna happen. But
so they clearly, like, whether or not they wrote a check, I'm banking on yes. Or, they wrote a check to someone who could get the paper to do it. But even if they didn't, they pulled some connection to get that piece where it is. And then, of course, it's immediately deflated by two mass shootings on the same day, which that's the risk. That's the risk of a paper or traditional outlet, is they have to cover that story. No matter how big your story was, there is no bigger story than 2 mass shootings in a 12-hour period or whatever. There's nothing to do. So that's what happened to Hasselhoff, man.
He did his Germany tour. He was huge. His pay-per-view special was coming out. OJ kills his wife. On the day of Hasselhoff's big American pay-per-view debut.
Oh, my goodness. No, poor David.
Yeah.
Did you see OJ on Twitter, though? Like,
I love him on Twitter.
Did you see when he sent all the knives to that guy? Said, you next?
Did he really? Was that his real account, or was that a fake? I know there's a fake one floating around.
There was a fake one who thought that he was a fake one. And so they sent him right away. They're like, hey, you know what? It's good to see another parody account or whatever. And then, but you might want to tone it down because blah, blah, blah. And then he just sends a bunch of knives. You next.
Oh, that's hilarious.
But and then he said, I'm gonna blow you up. I'm gonna put you up on Twitter or whatever. And then he did. Oh God, it was funny. That's where these people they thought that this would work for Vic. Get some favorable traditional media coverage, and that'll help things blow over, and then you can come back. It's like, no, you're fighting against. You've got a push cart, and you're going against a steam train. I mean, what are you gonna do?
It's so embarrassingly true that so much of like New York and LA runs on this shit. In Dallas too, apparently. The pumping bullshit fluff pieces into newspapers and then just expecting money to roll in.
Well, and an idea of how, that they're stuck on these newspapers, and they're stuck on newspapers because of the marketing people who get them to buy into the newspaper.
Right. Yeah.
They're attached to Bill. They're not attached to the Dallas Morning News. They're attached to Bill, who sold them on the idea of the Dallas Morning News. But
and when it doesn't work out, Bill goes and works at the Houston Morning News, and then go with him.
Right. So the Dallas Morning News has 670 roughly 1,000 followers on Twitter. Mm-hmm. And I have about 25,000. And their announcement piece for the article had like 300 likes. And then the journalist's announcement piece had something like 400 or 500 likes on it, and that was including all of the like Greg Doucette and all of these Twitter lawyers, and including Monica Rial, Jamie Markey, Ron Toye, and the voice acting community, who all just started following her right before the piece dropped. Yeah, they all liked it. My one post about them getting my quote wrong had more interactivity than both of those combined.
Yeah,
and it's like traditional. I'm just some dummy in Minnesota, right? I'm not even in Dallas, and they got nothing. It's a dying medium, and that people still spend money on it drives me nuts.
You got to take a picture like they did on the header for your thumbnail or whatever, staring off into outer space.
What's that? You're kind of a Star Trek nerd, right?
I TNG. I know TNG up and down, but I don't know anything else.
What about the movie First Contact?
That's with where they go back in time with the Borgs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that movie.
There's this scene where Geordi is talking. They went back in time to the guy who invented the warp drive.
Cochrane.
Yeah. And Geordi's talking to him about his statue, and he's like, "It's got you like looking off into the future." You know, he's like he's like vomiting at how terrible that is.
This is a Star Trek.
Yeah.
If it had a Star Trek logo behind it, I would totally buy this. Star Trek, destination, no thank you.
Okay, I gotta finish. I stopped.
Sorry.
Yeah. So guess who reached out to them? It's none other than Fuhrer Lemoine. J-Dolph Lemoine is what people are calling him also. Geez, it's not like the article has totally enhanced the damage to Vic. Yeah, I don't think it does. I don't think the article did anything. There's nothing new in it. It's the same stuff that they've been trying to run on since February.
I mean, what are more people going to think he's a rapist? Like everybody in anime knows what's going on, right?
Oh yeah. So
who cares if a bunch of soccer moms think a guy out there doing something they don't know anything about is a rapist or is not? It doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, that's what this one guy, Mike Dunford, was saying. He's like, look, this has definitely damaged his reputation because now people know about his infidelity, his hiring of the prostitute, and his attempt to have sleep with twins. And for one, Dick, were you a single man? Would you attempt to sleep with twins?
I would try. I said this on the show. I have a cloning lab in China that I've contacted. I sent him my girlfriend's hair and tried to get a clone started right away so I can try to fuck twins.
It's like it's the eternal guy meme, right?
It's also so absurdly comical. Like what you have to tried to fuck twins. Like it's like a beer commercial when I hear it. It's not, it's funny. It's too funny to be mad at. But this is what I mean about like the contextualizing wrong. Is that wrong? They obviously think that's wrong because any sort of exhibition of sexual power is wrong in the Me Too movement, and that's what politically it's wrong,
right?
But in anime, is it? I don't think so. Like I don't give a fuck who's trying to bang twins. That has nothing to do with me.
Right.
It's like the James Gunn thing and the pedophile jokes. Do I care that he's making do I care that Woody Allen is up to weird shit? I mean, in the context of what he's doing, no. All I want to do is derive pleasure from consuming this content, and in that context, this matters fuck all to me, which Funimation should have known. And maybe they're just doing this to get out of contracts easily or whatever. I think that's always part of it. They are not prepared for the ability of guys like Vic and guys like you to communicate with fans. And that, I think, has fucked up PR completely. And not made it useless, but definitely changed it to exactly what you're saying, that these existing strategies are like 10 years old, or maybe even more, maybe 20 years old. Right.
Yeah. And companies change slowly. They're risk averse, and they think that, oh, this is how it works. And lawyers are like the most risk averse people you can find. So of course they're gonna go with the oldest strategy possible.
Yeah.
And ignore that it just hasn't worked for much richer people.
Oldest and more expensive.
Yeah.
like how much did Kevin Spacey pay for the gem of "now I'm gonna live my life as a gay man"? How much did that sentence cost him?
God, infinity. And of course, the charges were brought up against him because they didn't stop after the apology. They didn't let it blow over. Someone else came out and accused him again, and and then the charges are gone, but his job isn't back.
No,
his job's gone.
Nope.
Yeah. Veggie Bad says Lemoine reminds me so much of Maddox's lawyer, where he rambles on about stuff that doesn't have anything to do with the case and is trying so hard to ruin Vic. What does Dick think about this?
I don't know. I don't know who Lemoine is. I know them by the sound. I know that guy who sounds
this
like
is
he has
Lemoine.
yeah.
This guy, yeah. The guy who got West Nile.
Is that why he sounds like that?
Yeah, he got so that's the interesting connection to the Dallas Morning News is in 2014 they ran a bunch of a couple articles on him contracting West Nile, and it just ravaged his respiratory system to that's why he sounds like that now and walks with a cane.
Jeez. I don't know if you want to have a lawyer who sounds like Satan representing you in front of a jury.
You don't. Like if you're this is going to sound awful and it's not meant to be, but there are lots of differently abled lawyers. There are lots of lawyers with various disabilities.
Sure.
And those disabilities can produce very sympathetic results, right? Like naturally, depending on the situation that they're in, if there's a lawyer in a wheelchair representing a guy who hit someone in a car, and that, I hate to say it, but it mitigates the victim sitting there in a wheelchair, right?
Oh yeah.
So that type of thing, men hire female attorneys to represent them in sexual assault allegations a lot of times. No,
I was thrilled when my lawyer for the lawsuit was a woman. So I was like,
of course.
Good.
Yep.
Yeah. Who's gonna tell her that she doesn't know what she's talking about when saying I don't mean those things? Yeah, nobody.
Exactly. Yeah, and well, that's why Toye's female lawyers, the Amazons, are such an effectively funny tool in fighting all of this. Is that every single one of them has their own sexual assault experience. And so when someone tells them he hugged me and I was petrified, they're like, okay, sure, right, okay, I don't have, you're gonna have to give me something more than that to generate the sympathy you're looking for. Yeah. Blaine 20 says, finally got to open the Glen 12 with Dad. We're watching you and Ty lose the case last week. Dad has a lawyer friend who just became a traffic judge in the Dallas area. Going to see if he might look at the case and follow along. Oh, good. Fatal System Error says, for your liquor fund. Hey, thanks, buddy. Kami Araki says, hey, so why is Senpai at home trying to e-bang Chronic Karen on Discord? I have no idea what that's about.
Let's get freaky. That's why. Leave him alone.
How do you e-bang someone? Is that where you open like the CD-ROM drive and you just go to town, or what?
And then CD-ROM drive, that's like a guillotine for your dick.
Yeah, well, you gotta have
that one.
You gotta have a little risk. You gotta have a little risk to make it exciting. I like the Spike Man says, I'll miss 8chan for /HTG. The rest was shig. Don't DM me. Intimidator 108 says, hey Nick, how's it going tonight? It's great. I don't know if I already asked you this, but what did you think of the nickname I put on the roof of the Lamborghini Lawsplainer Rekieta edition, Late Boomer Rekieta? You left out gay. It should be Late Gay Boomer. That's my that's my thing. And let me do like two more, and then I want to go through the Maddox and Popat stuff because God, it's funny.
Thank God.
Architect of Fate says Count Dankula is the epitome of surviving a PR issue. On the same note, trap porn works as an acceptable media response. All hail the changer of ways. Cabria Cousin says, it's messed up that people have become magnanimous about forgiveness. Forgiveness isn't about the people who hurt you. It's about you moving past it. The people who hurt you don't care. Just you choose to let it go. I think, there's truth to that.
I don't know if Count Dankula did survive.
I don't think he did.
Because
personally.
He's not employable.
Yeah, and he's not monetized on YouTube, right?
Yeah, I think that I love Dankula. I think what happened to him was horrible, but at the end, when he didn't pay the fine, I get this feeling sometimes of guys listening to the wrong voice in their head, or the one that is made up mostly of testosterone,
right?
The one that makes them get into fights over Milady's honor, and I don't know why I got a bad feeling about that, but I don't think he survived it. People like him, but you can't eat that. You can't pay for rent in that.
Well, he is in
Can't pay attention
the
to that.
he's a politician now, or whatever.
Well, I hope he's a corrupt one then.
I don't know that he's a successful politician or not.
Yeah.
Oh, and Mythos Irving says, question for Dick. You think Maddox was tired of bringing the snack tray as you effed his girl? Also, thoughts of Ron Toye cucking in his cage as Jamie Markey tongue punches Monica Rial's fart box.
A lot of names on that one.
Yeah. What about that Maddox question? Do you think he was tired of bringing the snack tray? Do you know the snack tray reference?
No.
Okay, so I had Drexel on my show, my buddy Drexel, and he was talking about going to these swinger orgies, and he said he doesn't like whenever he goes to anything like that. If there's typically it's a white guy, but if there's a guy that gives him any sort of homosexual vibe, he's out immediately.
Okay.
But he said that there's a group of dudes who will go to the swing parties with their wives, but they won't participate. They'll literally bring like a snack tray and water around to the other people.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
That's polite, right?
Snacks at an orgy.
Yeah. Well, you got to be at the right kind. You got to have
I saw the wrong kind of swinger. I was at a conference a long time ago, and the very last day they had an overlap. You know, when conferences end and the new ones start, and there's kind of like that end of school vibe, end of summer camp vibe, and the new people start coming, and you're like, who are these weird fucks? The new conference was a swingers ball or something, and it was a parade of 5'6" super chads leading in elephant after elephant into a darkened ballroom that I assume they were just doing CrossFit and hip squat thrusts into a gigantic ball of flesh that was in the middle of the room. It was horrifying. It was horrifying to imagine what's going on in there. So I don't know where Drexel's going, but I hope it's not to a swinger fest that looks like that.
I doubt. I think it might be a few shades darker than that one.
It was like when the Oompa Loompas are rolling out the blueberry girl. That's what it looked like. These little muscular guys who were like little muscular guys just rolling in heffalump after heffalump into this ballroom.
So when you say 5'6" super chads, you're talking about actual like jacked dudes though. Like
yes, they were all in very good shape, dressed up in like prom gear.
I thought it was an ironic super chat.
No. It was stunning to watch, like one after the next. That's weird.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I could not sit in that. I could not exist in that environment. It would not.
You couldn't be in an orgy, Nick? Is that what you're saying?
Not that one.
Not that one. You could be in like a Muhammad type 72 virgins type of orgy. Kind of orgy.
I could be in the one where I'd feel bad not carrying a snack tray. That'd be the only one. That'd be the only one. No, that's out of my lane. That's out of my lane entirely. I'm like Jay Woolman walking around the orgy.
First of all, the only First Amendment lawyer I know was in The People versus Larry Flint. If you're not, who was that guy? Alan? I forget his last. Edward Norton. It's just so fucking stupid to suggest that PR would help Vic at all, because it's not going to get his goddamn job back. Like, he's so far past the point of PR at this point that the only thing that will help him is suing the fuck out of the people who wronged him, such that the company who did it is too afraid to not take him back, and no PR firm will do that because they could never work on Earth again. Like, this is not an apology. Vic doesn't need to be on an apology tour. He needs to walk into Funimation or Sony and whoever and put the CEO's dick in a CD-ROM drive and threaten to shut it unless he
gets his fucking job back. Like, this is not a PR issue. None of this is a PR issue. None of it. None of the deplatforming, not a single job lynch mob. It is one. I mean, you know, if way back in the day, if a posse of rednecks rolls up on you and strings you up and your suggestion is to call the paper, you're a fucking moron. That is all. That is what I wanted to say to the First Amendment guy. It has nothing to do with public relations. It is a fucking street fight. Get it through your thick skull, pencil dick. That is the landscape of this battle, and it is a very real one. It is a very real one, fought by actors who are at the top of their game, who will fucking destroy one another to protect their livelihood. That's where we're at. That's where we're fucking at. You're not bringing an apology to a gunfight, you idiot. I don't know.
No, you clearly know. You're 100% right.
It's exactly what happened. It's fucking the second Maddox released the Dick Lies rape list video, I sat down and said, UCB's gone. My friends are gone. Fuck this. Shut it down. Kill it. It's dead. It's time for phase 2. I'm immediately moving into phase 2. That stuff is dead. It's all gone. Everything there is, and it is like, it's dead limbs on a plant. Anything you're sending in there is wasted. So chop it off and use whatever is in there that's left to build something new on the other side, because that's where you fucking are.
Word.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing else to add to that. It's correct. And let me follow up with a question like a good reporter.
Sure.
Do you regret your decision to publicly discuss the nature of the lawsuit and your dispute with Maddox? Do you regret that decision?
God, no. No, God,
because
and you know what?
It was brand building. Whether intentional or not, the end result is that a huge portion of the Dick Show mythos, brand, and success is because of not because of the lawsuit happening, but because of the fact that you, like you said first, brought the narrative out. You said, this is what happened. Here's my side of the story. I was saying from the beginning, if Maddox wants to have a shot at having anything left after this, he better get his ass out there and put out his side of the story.
Yeah.
And he never did. He never did until today.
And his version, and true to form, his version of the story is fucking retarded.
Let's I'm pulling it up right now while you talk. Go ahead.
I mean, it's typical of him. It is nonsensical, and I think to punish him for spurging out as he's done and accuse me of being a rape apologist once again, I might go back into the logs and find some early plots he's written. Like, he wrote a pilot for a Garbage Pail Kids show. I might read that just to make fun of him. But the guy can't construct a story to save his life, and that's why he fucked this up. And I think that's what you did for Vic, which is the most valuable part of his is build his story, construct his story, and tell it in a serialized fashion. You know, we love these 10-hour movies, Nick. We love binging 10-hour movies. That's the only way to consume content anymore, and this one's no exception. In all honesty, I would much rather. I hate when they take a property that I like and put it into 2.5 hours. I hate it. I don't want that. Like, I want The Hobbit to be. I mean, I know a lot of people didn't like the Hobbit movies, but I want the 3-part movie for one book. I want Lord of the Rings to be 9 movies rather than 3. I want. I wanted Ender's Game to be an HBO or Showtime series, not one just absolutely mangled 87-minute feature. God, you're right, dude. Like a series of Starship Troopers would be fucking fantastic. Like a 10-episode series of Starship Troopers
with all the snark, all of the comedy, and all of the violence all rolled into just a platform that'll host it, a Showtime or an HBO. I mean,
Yeah.
that's, oh God. Anyway, so this is the, I've got it pulled up here. We've got the Popat versus Maddox, Imgur. So this is like the whole thread, which is embarrassing that they could contain the whole thread from these two social media titans. With look at the response. Now, Popat's initial response is it did get some good numbers, right? But so he starts off every time a racist mass murderer posts a manifesto there on 8chan, or turns out to be one of your little friends. Do you guys ring a bell, or do you have a party with a cake or something? Sure. Which is, it's a hot take it's a Popat take. It's perfect.
Yeah,
exactly what he does. Then Maddox,
which we don't do that. He doesn't do that to lawyers, though, right? Lawyers can defend. What does he call them? Scroll back up. A lawyer could defend a mass murder, and that's okay, but you can't publish one. Okay, buddy.
Yeah.
All right.
Of course. Maddox. Oh, cool. So now, do you want to read Maddox? You have a good Maddox voice.
Oh, cool. So now you're against 8chan and not when cool. So now you're against 8chan and not when the dipshits hosted a rape list with my girlfriend and friends on it that led to a lawsuit? Fuck yourself, hypocrite. It led to a lawsuit. It just happened.
I love it. I love this take where 8chan hosted a rape list, which is, I mean, legitimately, I guess they hosted it, but it's not like they welcomed it in and gave it hors d'oeuvres, right? Like some guy went on 8chan and put up on some random forum a list that almost nobody saw.
And was obviously satirical. Like, I'm sure there's actual rape lists on.
And even if there are, I mean, yeah. That's the whole debate over this section 230 of the CDA is, okay, is it 8chan's fault that someone uploaded content that someone else found offensive? No, it's not. And they can't be held liable, but Cloudflare can drop them, apparently. And then this guy, Dave, what? Sorry you went through that. Wait, hosted a rape list with my girlfriend and friends on it. Sorry you went through that. Wait.
He's suffering for someone else's suffering yet again. Oh, man. These guys were catcalling my girl today. Oh, bro, I'm so sorry you went through that.
Oh, man, you need a tissue or a salami or something.
Do you need to cry into my tits? It's all right, bro.
I pumped earlier today. They're extra soft. So they go back and forth here. Popat's the phony who supported people.
Yeah, Popat is a phony who supported people using 8chan to make rape threats against my girlfriend. God, what a pussy against my girlfriend. Rich of him to be virtue signaling about how bad the site is now. Yeah, man, people just like a bunch of mass shootings just fucking happened. You're talking about someone wanting to have sex with your girlfriend on a site that nobody knew about. Jesus Christ, you opportunistic fuck.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but there wasn't a threat in any of them, right? Like I don't remember, as is often the case on the internet. The death threat is someone saying, I hope you get run over by a bus, right? Like that's not a death threat. But so the receipts, dude, if you're going to seriously make this allegation, I love Popat orbiters, man. They're so funny. Like you're going to call out Popat, you better have the receipts.
You better have the receipts, man. You don't talk to Pope like that. Here you go. Some losers created a rape list of, quote, worthless cum dumpsters you would laugh and smile about if you heard they were brutally raped and left for dead, end quote, and put my girlfriend on it. It eventually led to a lawsuit, and phony Popat supported the creeps who made it.
Oh my God.
There's a screenshot of it.
Yeah, that's what's her face right there. I can tell by the hair.
Claire.
Yeah. I don't remember who this chick is. With the blonde hair.
Wait a minute. Hold that still. Let me see if I can read
I can zoom and enhance.
I think. Oh God. Oh, I maybe recognize those tits. I think that is a girl that Maddox was trying to prove that I cheated on 80s girl with, not knowing that I fucked her before we got together. I heard this info from Sean, but I think Maddox was running a gay ops campaign and trying to. I pieced it together afterwards. Don't ask me how I pieced it together, but I think that is a girl I know.
Okay. Yeah, I have no idea. It doesn't have a name. I'm squinting at the thing all blown up on my monitor, and there's no name on it. Okay, so the Popette. Yeah, see, the problem is Popette and Maddox sound the same. But
yeah,
you're lying. 8chan and its culture are scum. The people who did this are scum. I may have offered an opinion you didn't like on a legal issue, but I don't support this.
Oh, I see. You just offered an opinion that supported people who made this. Got it. Very important distinction. Your insignia is literally a virtue signal. So at least that part is honest. The fuck does that even mean?
I don't know. I think he's saying his Pope hat itself, his papal mitre is a virtue signal.
Well, yeah, no shit. Of course it is.
Not really familiar with the inner details of I'll do Keanu Reeves for this guy. Not really familiar with the inner details of your lawsuit, but Popat saying that you're likely to lose is not really supporting the people who harassed you and yours, especially since you lost. You should direct your anger at your attorney, who should have known better.
That's fair. But that's not all he did. He actively encouraged people to give legal support to the people doing this. It's one thing to have an opinion on a lawsuit's merits. It's another to support the people who made these threats happen. He supported them. He's a phony. You're allowed to have an opinion on the merits of a lawsuit, and you're allowed to...
Wait. Sorry,
we missed some.
It skipped down because it was zoomed in.
Zoomed
in.
And then, he's a phony.
Yeah. Can you please share the evidence? Again, I need the evidence. I can't say I've ever known Ken to be guilty of much worse than prickly dickishness. I've always seen him on the good side of things.
He's on the popular side of issues and literally repeated emotionally charged language. Jesus Christ! Maddox has lost his fucking mind.
But have you considered that he repeated emotionally charged language?
Language by the other side to manipulate people and called for legal help to support their right to make threats. Threats aren't speech. They're made to silence speech. Dope Hat supported the... Oh, wow. Okay, Trump. Dug deep for that. Dope Hat supported this abuse. This comment, by the way, has one like. One like in the entire world.
Oh, these guys are getting massive engagement on this gripping argument. I love it. I love this. Like Popat with the 13. Popat has 130,000 followers. No, wait, way more than that, I think.
Yeah, I think it's like 200,000.
Just a massive amount.
I don't know because I'm blocked.
Okay, see if you can find. This has the burn in this comment, okay? And it made me spit out my ramen at dinner. Okay, so he says, all right. You're the guy who took a situation that might or might not have legal merit and turned it into a giant pile of psycho clickbait pro se garbage, mixing possibly meritorious claims with your they were mean bullshit, not just a liar, a crazy liar.
That has an insult?
Oh, it's the meanest. I'll tell you right now, there's someone on a bike who just got put on life support in the drunk tank. Kevin Landau. He called it psycho clickbait pro se garbage. Pro se means representing yourself. That's how the brutal burn. I don't think he even meant it. He thought Maddox wrote his own lawsuit and that he did all of the motions. That's how bad they were.
I mean, I think we all kind of do think that because half of the lawsuit is the evidence that Maddox wrote for his girlfriend's restraining order trial.
Yeah.
Which was right before, which happened a couple months before. So I mean, it's, yeah.
Oh God. Like this, when I read that, I was like, oh man, he just without even trying, it was like, yeah, I'm trying to think of, it's like landing a jet, right? And there's a kitten on the runway that gets caught in the jet wash and ends up in the next county, right? That's like Orlando, just oh God. Sorry. Lawyer jokes aren't super funny, but they are to lawyers. So, plus, you're a dishonest person. You pretend I approve of the garbage people were doing, even though I specifically and repeatedly called it out. Oh God, they speak the same way, don't they?
Yeah, they do, man. This is their, I think in the future that this is going to evolve into a different language, and half of America will speak this weird like this weird management speak, and the rest of us will just continue speaking the way we currently do, except with more memes. You and I are going to incorporate memes into our language, so we won't be able to communicate with each other anymore, because we'll just be speaking metaphorically in memes, and they will be talking like women with just endless run-on sentences constantly, and we will only exchange GIFs telepathically.
I love it. He says he specifically and repeatedly called it out. He wrote one article and said, I don't like anybody involved in this. That was him specifically and repeating it, calling it out. But the way in his mind, he was such a champion. He's such a champion of free speech that he was willing to swallow while pointing out the bitter pills of meanness. You belong in that culture. You're clearly immersed in it intellectually and spiritually.
Yeah. What does this asshole do for fun? Like
this is what he does for
in a bottle. Oh, he argues on Twitter for fun. That makes sense.
Yeah, basically. That's the long and short.
You're allowed to have an opinion on the merits of a lawsuit, and you're allowed to dislike me and anyone involved. Where you cross the line, oh wow, he's getting real sassy. Where you cross the line, buddy, is by actively calling for legal support for the idiots who incited these threats. You're a phony or lazy or both. Just own up to it. I don't think Maddox thought that Popat would get engaged with him, honestly.
And why in God's name is Popat getting engaged with Maddox on Twitter?
Who knows what triggers these fucking idiots?
Like, you know, a drive-by comment. A drive-by comment is Ken White's go-to. Like, that's how Law Twitter operates. Drive-by, dump on something, and then move on to the next thing.
Yeah.
That he sat here torturing himself for potentially an hour. It just kills me. Interesting how the lawsuit was mostly about people attacking you and was overtly meritless, but now you're trying to retcon it about really being about threats against your girlfriend. Interesting and typically dishonest. Ooh, he's down to 9 likes on this one.
I mean, it really... It really is about these stupid death threats. Oh, all these death threats. No, that's just what it was. That's just what it was always about. But you're a lazy, dishonest broker looking to capitalize on an unusual suit for clicks to serve up more ads on your dishonest website. Oh, God.
Always comes back to the ads. It comes back to the ads. Listen to this. Here they go. Yeah, that $40 a month is all I care about. Great point.
You also benefit from clicks to your podcast you're advertising, and you do care about that $40 a month. Otherwise, you wouldn't have ads on the site. If that $40 a month doesn't matter, I'll gladly take it to offset my legal costs to defend myself against these threats you supported.
Maddox, if you would have just run ads on your site, you would have had $40 a month.
He's fucking obsessed with ads.
Oh, this goes on. The ads part keeps going.
Benefit from clicks to your podcast? That's the takeaway that he got from that?
Hey, actually, I bet Ken White's podcast is pretty popular. It's right up at the top of the type of podcast that would trend on every major platform. He's a major, respected First Amendment attorney or criminal defense attorney and writer, big defender of free speech. It'd be a perfect milquetoast podcast for any platform.
Yeah.
You're a professional troll who filed a losing lawsuit. A lawsuit that was dismissed for someone else trolling you harder. You can just hear cry more. You're part of a shit-stained culture who decided he didn't like it when shit-stained behavior got turned back on him. You are pathetic.
Oh, God.
Hey, remember when you argued and lost that satirical songs calling you cuck were defamation? I mean, the people singing the songs are garbage, but so are you. So are you, dude. And a bully who can dish but can't take.
Oh, God, it's so brutal. No, I don't give a shit what names people call me.
Oh, yes, he does.
Yeah. That was included in the suit because the person who made that song tried to extort me when he promoted it, but none of that evidence was given a fair chance to be heard. What is he talking about?
Did Asterios make some joke threat like he wouldn't release Cuckmas carols if Maddox did some absurd thing?
I mean, that sounds like a joke Asterios would make.
That's the only thing I can think of. That's the only thing I can think. I don't remember that though. I remember Asterios saying, I'm gonna make a charting album in 24 hours or something like that. That was the...
Yeah, but Maddox also doesn't say, oh no, when he tried to promote it. So I don't remember what Asterios was doing when he tried to promote the album. I'm sure it was some stupid joke.
Yeah, who knows?
Huh.
I can't even figure. You're screaming at a mirror, dude. That's your culture. It's a sewer, but it's your sewer. You must be so proud.
God damn. I don't think the Pope hat is pious enough for this guy after reading these tweets. You think you're saying something, but you're not. You can wave your hands and say it's your culture all you want, but it doesn't change the fact that you supported people who incited rape threats on 8chan. I don't think you're a bad person, just a lazy opportunist.
And again, Maddox with the full Dunning-Kruger, thinking that, and I don't like Popat, but thinking that Popat needs Maddox's drama to fuel drama that literally none of his audience would ever care about.
No, he was doing a nice thing. He was doing a favor. He was trying to be a nice guy for Asterios. And this is where it gets him.
Yeah. I'm just sitting here being very thankful not to be you. I'm satisfied with what I wrote and said in the post, and satisfied that honest and non-crazy people of good faith can read it and see you're a liar.
A liar about what exactly? You're the one who made claims about me. All I did was point out that they're false. And your position on 8chan is inconsistent, which makes you a phony.
My position is consistently that 8chan is a garbage culture of garbage people. My position on the legal significance of that varies with the case. That's not something a dishonest, crazy person is likely to grasp.
That's weird, because I could have sworn your position was to support and defend people who incited rape threats on 8chan. My mistake.
Notice how you were forced to modify your claim from he supported the people who made the rape list to he supported the people who incited the rape list. Not sure if that's dumb, crazy, or liar, but why not all three?
That's true. He got him there.
He's got him.
Yeah, he got him. He walked it back and he got him. Your interpretation of my lawsuit was very biased and dishonest. It was always about threats and real damages. You exploited an unusual case for clicks at the expense of people who got threatened on 8chan, and you supported the people who directly incited those threats.
I'm still not sure why you're standing by your case. From what you're saying, looks like your attorney played you hard, led you to believe you had a solid case when it was the opposite. You're a victim here. No one expects a writer to know a case's merits. Actually, that's a point that I made throughout the stupid lawsuit, is that Maddox, at some point I realized Maddox was a victim of Kevin Landau. I believe that 100% that he was.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that too for a while. I don't know what I think anymore. I think it's easy to make. It's so easy to make both of them the aggressor that I have a hard time assigning victimhood to either one of them. As stupid as they both are, I got to think about it some more because I can see Maddox. I can see Maddox already warping it as I'm reading this. I see in his brain that now he's going to start telling people that he was forced into filing the lawsuit to stop what he saw as harassment, or and that might be true. Or it might be true that he thought that.
I hope he tells that to Ken White so that all of the orbiters can be like, "That's a slap. That's a slap lawsuit. That's a slap. Slap. You're trying to silence people. That's a slap."
Yeah. It's important to distinguish legal Wait, did we skip anything?
No, that's right where we are.
It's important to distinguish legal strategy from the merits of the case. If you don't think anything done was illegal, I welcome you to subject yourself to it. It's easy to give opinions when your friends and family aren't the ones being subjected to stalking and threats.
Sure, a publicly prominent lawyer has never had his friends, family, or himself subjected to threats. Never once. Never has that happened.
Defense lawyer.
And again, not the biggest fan of Ken or anything, but the fact that he goes up and fights the federal government for the rights of some of the worst accused people. You think they don't try to impose a little bit of threat on the lawyer too? I mean, they don't do it overtly, but you know, Ken, you really want to take a case like this? What do people think about you? What do your wife think? What do your family think? Oh my God. I got that.
Cops are involved, huh? Oh, you don't say.
Okay, so it's back to Maddox here.
That's weird, because I could have sworn your position, this is a separate thread, was to support and defend people who incited rape threats on 8chan. My mistake.
There were others caught in the crossfire of the lawsuit, right? Beyond those that issued threats? And isn't that exactly why Ken came down on the side he did?
No. It's more complex than can be explained on Twitter succinctly.
He says
you should have explained it in your lawsuit then.
But I love it. He says it after having a several tweet long thread. It's not succinct at all.
How fucking complicated is it? I mean, how complicated could anything be?
Nothing is that complicated. It's the elevator pitch, right? Give me the 30-second summary. Oh my God, that's what Twitter is. Twitter is the 30-second summary with a link to the long story. And if people haven't figured that out, they haven't figured out how to maximize their Twitter usage yet. And clearly these people have not. But Maddox should have said, how would he frame this? How do you frame this? The lawsuit is about a guy who used lies and threats to destroy my business and my relationship, and I've suffered eternally from it.
Yeah.
And then a link to the story where everybody could go, oh, okay, well, I mean, the initial line had me hooked, but this is stupid or whatever. But from Maddox's perspective, that's what it was, as far as I can tell. I mean, maybe it was something else, but.
Can he go hire a PR firm to like? How can you convince? No one could possibly convince Maddox to say the right thing.
Well, even if they took over all of Maddox's social media, and there was no going away. That was Maddox's first mistake. Maddox is an internet personality who is edgy and on the front of calling out BS. And when he saw the biggest BS he could muster, the BS that drove him to file to hire some lawyer and pay him tens of thousands of dollars to represent him in court, he couldn't manage to say a word about it.
Yeah.
Like it's off brand completely.
Yeah.
It's the I can't delve into Maddox too much. Then you throw out a very, very reasonable request for Popat to call
reasonable. I thought it was nice. I like the guy. I don't know why he hates me so much.
Nah, you're scum, and I'm blocking you now. Which was that's a bit hasty.
Told me.
That's a bit hasty, I thought.
Me too.
Here it is. Back to the ads right here.
No, I don't. I don't have ads on my website, dipshit. I get literally $0 from clicks to my site. Unlike you, who profits in clickbait. That's what Popat profits from. Okay. I've been doing this shit for 21 years, and none of my fans and followers have made threats like this on 8chan. You supported the people who did.
Oh my God.
And he's got a screenshot of Popat's website with an arrow that says clickbait in giant red letters like a foreclosure sign and a two-way arrow pointing out the Popat title and a AAA ad, which, you know, AAA has got to be sending the big bucks for ads.
Yeah, and has... I'm sure they're definitely specifically picking this particular post of Popat's. They're like, you know what?
Yeah.
This is the one we want. The one with, what is that, 26 comments on it? Oh, God. That's hate speech and billboards, a discussion at Above the Law. Hey, why didn't Maddox do that one? Maddox should probably listen to that Above the Law podcast about hate speech and billboards, because that seems particularly relevant to his case.
Yeah, it does.
Ken, who the fuck are all these losers?
These losers are the people I sued. They've come out of the woodwork. Enjoy.
Unsuccessfully.
Oh God, that's great. Now he's beating the shit out of him after already laying out. That's just a cheap shot.
Yeah.
It's important to distinguish legal strategy from the merits of the case. Okay. Perry Mason. If you don't think anything done was illegal, oh, he already said that. I welcome you to subject yourself to it. It's easy to give opinions when your friends and family aren't the ones being subjected to stalking and threats, which none of them were.
Here's the thing, George. You don't understand the difference between merits and strategy. You think that suing a company because somebody used that company's recording equipment to say something you didn't like is strategy. It's actually merits.
I can't believe that he's that familiar with the case.
I bet I know lawyers. Ken immediately pulled up this case. He immediately pulled it up and was, I gotta refresh myself on the flipping through all 50 pages of it.
I love that Maddox doesn't change his tone even when he's talking to somebody who knows 10 million times more than him about a subject.
Yeah.
Like he still speaks like he's talking to a dumb fan.
That's an oversimplification. I understand that you may think the strategy was bad, and you may have a point. But there's a lot more to it than what was heard in court. The judge literally interrupted my attorney as he was presenting evidence to say, sounds like fake news.
Which means that's the story he got from Landau. Landau told him that he wasn't able to say his evidence in court because the judge interrupted. Great idiot.
George. No, I mean, I love how patronizing he's gotten. It's calling him by his Christian name.
Dead naming. He's dead naming Heather.
George. Whether or not particular speech is actionable is not strategy. It's substance. So is suing people for their connection to people you're angry at. Would it be just strategy for me to sue you for something one of your fans wrote? Hint, hint, George. Or would that be substance? And then Benedict, exactly. Someone has to fuck up badly for such a lawsuit to get in front of a judge. No way a competent attorney would even consider going after someone for writing a song, let alone someone whose livelihood depends on their online reputation. That's a simplification, because writing a song, lots of people get sued for writing songs just if they, ripped it off from someone else or whatever. But
yeah, I've noticed the Maddox fans don't seem to be able to keep more than one thought in their heads at any given time. He's still got a couple circling around the drain. That guy's Benedict's one of them, but they're a real special breed. They can't think two things at the same time.
Wait, Benedict is a Maddox fan?
Yeah. He admits later. I laid into him a little bit, and he admitted that. Yeah, I'm a huge fan. I didn't know about any of this. I'm like, all right, man.
My God! I
can't deal with you people.
I figured he got trapped in Ken White's gravity well.
No, he's faking that to try to get sympathy.
Oh,
I
God.
think, but yeah, he says he's a Maddox fan.
That's pure spin by the other side to make it seem like the lawsuit was about mean words instead of serious threats, stalking, extortion, fraud, and real damages. Pope had defended the people responsible, and while now virtue signaling against 8chan.
How did he make a mass shooting about himself?
I don't. It takes a colossal narcissist to make that happen. Maddox, man, it took me 20 minutes to find your attorney making that exact allegation in your complaint. I can't believe that maybe the serious crimes you allege happened, but whatever actually valid allegations you've made are buried under the 20 feet of bullshit.
Well, I had nothing to do with writing it, as I'm not a lawyer. So when it comes to legal stuff, I yielded to the people whose job it was.
I believe that, Zero.
Yeah, me too. I don't believe that he spread his hips for Landau.
Yeah, there's no Landau hall pass either, but there's no way Maddox was like, oh, hands off. It's fine.
Yeah.
You're the professional. And yet, you have very strong opinions about the legal quality of your case and whether it had legal as opposed to moral merit.
Yeah, you're really good at shifting the topic from your support of people who incited rape threats. You've been proven a liar in this thread. My suit wasn't pro se. You still haven't deleted the tweet. Whatever lets you sleep at night, Ken. Kiss, hug, kiss, hug.
Oh, he's been actually raped. That's disgusting.
Yeah, that is a weird homosexual threat, sexual assault threat over the internet.
Thanks for the intellectual heavyweight input.
Sure thing, Pope Hat. Guy who supports people who incite rape threats and thinks lawsuits happen over single word insults.
Oh my God. What a pair of sissies.
Come on, don't be rude to sissies like that.
If there was anyone to pull that idiot out of his hole, I guess it would be Pope Hat.
God. Well, Maddox couldn't be bothered to talk to some other nobody, somebody less prominent than a Pope Hat, right? Like,
no.
So what do you? That's my read on that situation. By the way, is that is the only that is the caliber of social media presence that is required to attract the attention of Maddox, and get him to engage. Is that he sees himself as above people below. Like, I bet Ken is probably the bottom of the barrel of people he'd associate with that he doesn't know outright.
Yeah. Yeah, that is interesting why he would respond to him, though. I guess all the e-celebs just kind of either kowtow to him or say it's none of their business, but Pope Hat would actually have an opinion on it and is big enough and is an authority enough. Like, Maddox has such a hard-on for arguing against authorities when he knows absolutely nothing that maybe he just couldn't resist.
Yeah, I can't figure out why Ken engaged him so long, though. I mean, outside of just being broken in a lawyer argumentative loop.
Maybe the rape thing is a trigger for him. accused of supporting a rape list because they both. I mean, it's obviously important to Maddox. Like for some reason, he's chose rape as his red rip. Like the rape threats are the thing that he cares most about in the world. Online rape threats.
And ladies and gentlemen, what did it get him? Dumped. Because Jess went ahead and just said, peace, I'm out of this. As soon as that lawsuit was over, she was gone.
He got dumped by his lawyer and his girlfriend.
Just like Asterios got dumped by Weber Sandwich. It was the same.
You know what? That's a fucking great example of how PR is totally ineffective in this situation. Basically the same fucking thing. And you're talking about a guy who worked at the biggest PR company in the world that handles crisis management and was himself employed in the field of PR. This is the person you are hiring to save you from the mob that killed him.
Yeah, and that's oh man, I didn't even think about that. And not only do they do crisis PR, I think they have like the highest recognized crisis PR, social media crisis PR simulation there is, and that's Firebell.
Yep.
It's like it's won all of the awards, whatever PR circle jerk awards there are, it's got them.
Yeah.
And
and it's totally unprepared for dealing with something like this because this is not an entity. It's not a business PR problem, and there's no steps that can save anybody from it. There's no game plan. Yeah, where there is for a company like it's so clear for a company because you're not everybody understands that everybody understands fuck ups, and it's very easy to empathize with people when your company fucks up. Like you, even Jack in the Box, yeah, we fucked up and we killed people. We're just trying to build a better burger over here. Sorry, but we brought the fucking clown back. He's running things now. You guys like that? Look at these keys. I'm gonna jiggle you right in your face. You like that, right? You like eating this fucking food, right? You like eating this food. You like eating this food, and you don't really care that a bunch of people died. Nobody does. Fuck you. Here's a clown, idiots. Vic can't do that.
Although, isn't that the purpose of the clown? Like when the trapeze guy falls and misses the net and is bloody on the ground, the clown comes out. The guys come out with a little gurney and throw him in there.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe Asterio should have done that too. He should have hired a PR firm. He should have walked into work when they fired him and just said, "Hey, can I write you guys a check to get me out of this mess?" He's
still unemployed, right?
I believe so.
I mean, that's phenomenal. I wish nothing bad on Asterios. When I say it's phenomenal, it's not in a good way. It's a phenomenon. I hadn't even thought about it. You blew my mind completely by bringing up the fact that Asterios is literally PR and was tangentially associated with your spat with Maddox, and it was enough to ruin him completely. Like, he's done.
Yeah.
If he's not self-employed, then he isn't employed. Right now.
Yeah, I know. I don't think they need to look any further than that to see that it's not a PR issue. It's I mean, I don't know what you'd call it, but
it's a sea change. It's a sea change for whoever's wrapped up in it. You know what? I'm kind of curious what happened with that Patreon guy. The
Cope?
Yeah. Like, is he still at Patreon? Do we know?
Last time I talked to him, I don't know if I got the impression that he was not. But he was very young and he was very entry level, living in San Francisco. Like it made sense, but I don't think he was.
Well, and the thing I wonder is how much of that was, well, we just don't really see a future for you here. Mainly because while it wasn't really your fault, you did kind of tell the guy that you'd look into this, and then you didn't, and now we're in a lawsuit. I mean, not saying that Patreon or Jordan Cope belong in that lawsuit. Of course, none of them did. But it doesn't matter from Patreon's perspective. It's you told a guy, you told a customer you'd do something. Maybe you shouldn't have even done it. And then you didn't do it to the level that satisfied him, so much so that we got sued and had to go in court, and it was public. Maybe it's just in the right fit.
And I am not going to explain. And if my boss thinks this, I'm not explaining it to him. Like, I'm not defending your actions to the guy above me. So
Right. Yeah.
just get out of here.
Yeah, please. We won't fire you. We'll give you a good recommendation. You need a letter of recommendation wherever you're going to go. We'll write you a letter of recommendation. You're a great employee.
We have to do it by law in California.
Okay, Phoenix Orem says, oh, wait, we should, let me read these two chats from Phoenix because they came in a while back. And then let's talk about road rage.
Oh, yeah, cool.
Phoenix Orem says, hey, Nick, stopping in briefly to see if you caught Hero Hayes' stream today. The community admin from Rooster Teeth's forums insulted the fans over their price hike on first memberships, had showed up and hid behind a keyboard and tried to justify their behavior. You were quoted a lot, suckers, and thought he might be interesting to look into. His name is Diarono. Also, hey, Dick, to quote my favorite film, Goodfellas, you're a funny guy.
Oh, thanks.
By the that guy, Chris, the bagel guy.
Bagel boss. Yeah.
I've got to send his video to Drexel because Drexel's like favorite movie when we were in college was Casino.
Yeah.
It's going to be like Nicky Santoro is real. He exists.
I couldn't believe he was only 5 feet tall. Like, oh my God.
I think he's lying. I think he's more like 4'11".
Oh yeah. Okay.
He came up to that dude's navel, right? Like he was tiny compared to that guy that he's like, you want to go? You want to start something?
He's chest bumping him, but I think he's just giving him
He's chest bumping that guy's
giving
penis.
him a tit job. Yeah. Exactly.
It was amazing. It was amazing. I like that guy a lot. I think he's hilarious, but
Me too.
I didn't realize that was a real person that existed. Okay, so Road Rage. This is coming up in 11 days. 11 days.
I'm really excited about it. I'm glad you're coming too. I'm glad we can finally do the Minneapolis Road Rage. Weirdly, that's the one people have been asking for since the very beginning. Is Minnesota, Minneapolis, somewhere there. So we can finally fucking do it.
And it's
Sean is very difficult. It's very difficult to get Sean out of LA. He's very in demand.
Oh, he's
a
so
lot
important.
of audio to engineer. It's hard to get him out of the city. His dance card is full, so we can get him out for a day, but it's gonna be fucking great. It's at the Varsity, August 17th. All the racketeers come out, all the dickheads are gonna be there. It's a huge venue that I got for a steal. Still very expensive, but a huge venue because nobody had it booked that day.
Oh,
So
the gods are smiling.
Yes.
One of the only venues in the city that might host you.
Man, it is so the amount of people who just don't want anything to do with me is I'm staggering. I never would have thought this about venues that someone would even say no, but it's every time. No thanks. Good luck. We don't like this kind of content. Like, what kind of content? What do you mean? You're a building. You're an empty building, you bitch, with a stage and lights.
Isn't the content the zeros on the check? Like, are we seriously beyond the content is a negotiable instrument? That's all that you should care about, because no one cares if you rent out Jungle Theater and then go to Jungle and someone doesn't like the show.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if you called Jungle Theater, probably not. And if you did, God, I hope not.
No, I didn't.
But you did call like the Illusion Theater or something, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We called a couple that I knew were gonna give back absolutely nods. But it's gonna be great. We're having a Nick-alike contest, of course, so everybody come dressed as Nick, whatever version of Nick you'd like to come dressed as, spicy as you want. So we'll have a contest there. We'll have the rage off, of course. Yeah,
we're gonna have the sing along, and we're doing Cuck Yourself, right?
Yeah, we're doing your Cuck Yourself song. I think Kimball's coming too.
Oh God, I can't wait. Now, Eggy, Eggy is coming from Brazil.
No, he doesn't live in Brazil.
Oh, who's Eggy?
Egg White, the rapper.
I have no idea who this guy is.
Oh, he's great. Listen to his stuff. I'll send you some of his stuff.
For some reason, I thought they were from South America and that it was Dame Pesos under a pseudonym.
No, man. I don't ever want to meet Dame Pesos. Like if I heard he was somewhere where I would just run the other way. I couldn't take it.
You can't meet your heroes, right?
Yeah, I can't meet. I don't want his picture. I don't want to know what he looks like ever. I just want to imagine him as like a cartoon.
Yeah, like a little jajajaing Pepe or something.
Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah, I can't wait. Lady Rackets will be there. We're gonna be there we'll be there Friday through Sunday, for sure. I'm not sure about any time before Friday. We'll see. We'll see what we can do on that front. But,
cool.
But we are gonna be there. I mean our plan is to get out there as early as possible Friday and just hang out. So if you're in the Minnesota area, if you're not, come to Minnesota, hang out. There's plenty of space. You can find a Holiday Inn or whatever anywhere and just Uber around or ride on top of someone's car and come to the bar crawl, because that's if you've never been, many of you probably have not been to a road rage. If you haven't, you've got to come to one. It's a great group of people. Really, really enjoyable, and everybody has a good time. They're just fun events. So
yeah, it's easily the most fun I've ever had. A couple people always message saying, "Oh, I don't know anybody. Is it cool if I come?" Like, if you just show up, you will. You don't understand. You've known these guys for 5 years, whether you know it or not. Like, you already speak the same, you already have shared stories and friendships that you develop over 5 years. Like, you will find fast friends immediately. You don't have to worry about anything. It's the most welcoming group of people that I've ever encountered or I've ever hung out with in my whole life. And I love every show. I can't wait to do this one. It'll be a blast. Everyone's slightly different too.
Yeah.
Based on where they are, which is really cool.
And
really cool to see.
You know, I can't express enough. Like, after going to anime conventions with great people and very warm receptions, after going to the Knoxville Knockouts, road rage itself, though, it's a different animal, and the people, like, there's a different vibe to the audience. And it's really all about, like, the build up to the show. You get to quickly make friends with some pretty interesting people, and who are just there to have fun and make fun of everything and get really hammered.
Yeah, I got the furry policy from the venue too. You have to remove your head, you have to show your face to get ID'd to get in, and you have to be wearing a bracelet at all times if you're carrying liquor. So
is it an electric bracelet for the furries, or like one of those shock collars?
Yeah, they got a collar for the furries. I really wanted to do some kind of an anime like con thing, because I know you got a lot of anime fans, but finding just a venue for the show is a bitch enough that it is. I don't know if there's a gaming center that there could be a meeting at before, like on Friday, but if you're not getting in until Friday, then I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it would be hard, and I think we should save that. And
that's smart.
I think we should do it at a time when maybe I could get a voice actor or two to come out and some artists. Because shockingly, by covering this, I've met quite a few very interesting people that I think people would really want to see. And I think they would be motivated to come to like a little convention. Since from what I hear, Vic is not welcome to Minneapolis. Well, I don't know that he's not welcome. He's not invited to the Minneapolis convention this year. So that maybe something in the springtime or whatever would be a possibility of getting someone on the level of Vic, or, you know.
Oh, that would be dope. You gotta kill one of these conventions. One of the ones have spurned Vic, just come in and take over their fucking audience, take their milkshake.
Wouldn't that be fun?
Yes.
Don't you like? Is that some sort of internet hubris that you like? Not that you necessarily think you can, but you just want to ruin something with an audience. Like, just It's like, yeah, well, you guys are stupid, and I think I could take your audience.
Yeah, that's capitalism, baby. Get what your thing is my thing. You got your meal is my meal. I'm reaching down your throat. I'm gonna take it the fuck out. It's mine now. See all this? It's fucking mine. I'm cutting off your watermark and I'm sticking mine on there. You stupid son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah. You owe it to people to take their audience from them.
Yeah, we got to have a con slut pageant. We got to do that. Did you see that part of the deposition where
I don't think so.
Jay Sean Lemoine, the guy who talks like he's sucking through a straw, he asks Vic, he's like, have you ever referred to these women as con sluts? Do you know what a con slut is? And he's like, no. Oh my God, what are you talking about? you can imagine, for whatever you want to accuse Vic of on like infidelity and stuff, this is still like a Christian man with deeply Baptist roots, right? Like the imagination it requires to get a Texan male with deeply Christian traditional values to refer to a woman as a con slut is so far outside of my reality.
That's crass even for me. Like referring to one as a con slut. Ah, man.
And Vic is like just blown away. Like the look on his face, like, oh my God. Like how people think that I would say that is just, oh God, it was delicious.
Part of the way in, I thought Vic was doing a voice just so no one would believe that he was like a macho sex fiend.
No,
just
that's
like
how he sounds.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I don't believe that you caused a woman any harm ever, man. Get the fuck out of court with that voice.
Well, remember, he's not accused of sleeping with any of them, which is
right.
I mean that. As I revisit facts in this case, I'm consistently blown away. The worst he's accused of is grabbing them in the style of a romance novel and laying a kiss on them. He grabbed me roughly by the shoulders and took me a kiss. It's like, and gave me a kiss. It's like, well, the way you say that determines if you liked it or you didn't. I mean, that's literally where we're at in this story.
Yeah, I mean, legally, but he's really accused of a collection of these inappropriate relationships with younger, vulnerable women. Right? I mean, that's the new morals that we're testing to see if he violated or not. Right, and if he were to apologize for anything, that's what I would say it would be. Is didn't think of my position of blah 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 authority, and I'm gonna pretend like I'm not a rock star, and they're not getting something out of it, and I'm not getting something out of it, and boys could be girls, and girls can fuck dogs, and basically it's a postmodern society, and nothing matters anymore, and we just invent morality on our own. So sorry that I contravened that 10 years ago, everybody. I didn't realize that we'd be judging each other on time machines. Sorry. And if you can say that and sound sincere about it, then go ahead and do it. But if you have a functioning fucking brain and you can't be sincere about it, shut the fuck up and let Nick do everything. Which he's doing, and he's great.
And I think that's something that no one thought of, that we'd be judging morality through a time machine, like you said, or the past watch, as Orson Scott Card would call it. Because it's not like we're going back; we're just looking back with some level of new clarity at what happened back then. And it's like, God, I took critical approaches to literature in college for my writing degree, and we did that. We applied like feminist theory to writing that predated feminist theory by centuries.
Right.
And that's what people are doing now. It's like, well, now how you treated people isn't acceptable, even though it was fine then.
Yeah.
And people are supposed to predict and live up to that. I can't wait. I can't wait for presidential campaigns in 20 years.
Oh, you mean when every candidate has a deep fake of them kicking a dog?
Right.
Brought to you by the Hillary Hologram Foundation. It's going to be great.
Yeah, well, every candidate. By the way, I talked to a couple politicians. They are terrified of deep fakes. They're terrified of them. They're looking as fast as they can at how to make those as illegal as possible.
Yeah.
Can you imagine some deep fake of a congressman having sex with where they take a porn or whatever, some homemade amateur thing, and they put a congressman's face on some flabby body, and they put an underage girl's face on an of age body, and they're done. They're done. There's no way they get elected, and there's no time to repair it. They drop it 26 days before the election. Game over.
Yeah.
Game over. First time that happens, elections are broken.
Maybe the filter bubble will be so advanced by that point that people won't even see it. It's weird as people migrate to like foreign hosted services to escape the control that social media companies are cracking down with on everybody. Social media and old media are teaming up to crack down on the individual, on the side that represents the individual, whether it's Republican now, but conservative now, but it'll switch back at some point, I assume. It will be weird to see how the technology of campaigns keeps up with the technology of the filter bubble, which is also as inescapable as is the March of Progress. But yeah, you can already see them making deep fakes as illegal as possible. Even like high risk credit card processors, which I've looked into to do the new Project 2 Patreon stuff, they won't allow it. Like they won't allow rape, incest, and deep fakes, which is, it makes no sense other than insane political pressure from all sides.
Somebody said inverse deep fake. So it's like what? A deep fake of you walking an old lady across the street so you don't actually have to do it.
Yeah.
Why is the senator wearing an Eagle Scout outfit? I don't understand this. This is very weird.
It'll be fake dick pics. Like, oh my God, did you see Trump's dick pics? They got released. Yeah, his dick is huge. It's not too big that it's unbelievable. They'll be rating them on TV. There won't be debates anymore. It'll be, now what do we think about the leak? This candidate's leaked dick pics. This is the October surprise. This is when the dick pics come out. Do we believe it? I think they went too big. I think they went too girthy. Marco Rubio Jr., I thought he would be a little bit slimmer. I don't think that the voters are going to buy that this is his actual dick.
Once Instagram implements the Cheeto Man filter, you'll know it's true. Like that's definitely coming.
I can't wait. Snapchat needs to help the man out. Needs to slap some abs on me. Women all get to look like anime characters and cats and shit. I need to look rich. It needs to wash my car for me when I'm taking a picture of it. I need abs. I need a little bit more hair. It needs to lower my hairline.
Shouldn't it just put you
on help?
Like, shouldn't it put? I think the man filter is just putting you in like a Armani silk suit with Prada glasses and a bunch of high priced accessories.
Yeah, a hot woman. That's what it does. It puts in every pic a Tecate model right next to you, going, "Wow, this guy's so funny."
And if your car's in the background, it turns it into a Maserati. So your Toyota Yaris becomes a Maserati.
It puts a speech bubble coming out of her mouth. The women say, "Wow, did she really say that? Huh? Interesting." Like a Garfield cartoon.
Abel Baker says, I have some free PR humor which kills SJWs. I've written a parody song. That's my affidavit. Please see your Twitter DMs. Okay, I'll check it out.
Cool.
What do you think about that? Vox Day, for example, he wrote a book a couple years. I haven't read it, but it's called I think SJWs always double down or whatever. And in it, he says that the only way to combat against this social justice sort of movement is mockery. What's your opinion on stuff like that?
I mean, yeah, I sign books, and in inside, one of my favorite things to write is the only thing that beats nonsense is bigger nonsense. I think I kind of ripped that off from Alice in Wonderland, but or maybe Douglas Adams. But it's true that if the goal is controlling speech and controlling thought, then I mean the only way to be that is to be as absurd as possible to break the system. Like it's an accelerationist tactic. I'm not a believer in arguing. I don't think going back and forth on Twitter about why the Second Amendment exists or why the First Amendment exists does shit for anybody. It never does anything for anybody. The only thing that matters is to give people enough rope so that they hang themselves. And I think humor is the only way to do that. I
said mockery. I think the quote is actually ridicule.
Yeah,
which is a little bit different. And it's right. And it's what you're saying.
It's power. It's
is
power. Ridicule is a way to hurt someone that's legal. I mean, you can get up and beat the shit out of someone, but that's illegal. We don't value that anymore. We value the mental violence that you can sit across from a table someone, or you can sit thousands of miles away and hurt them with your mind by ridiculing that. It's a very effective weapon.
And the purpose of argument, like the overall purpose of argument is actually, people get this wrong. They think it's to win the argument. But it's not. The purpose of argument is to make propositions to find the deeper truth. It necessarily pushes you towards some sort of compromise. That's the idea of the legal system, is it's adversarial. So you have the most extreme versions of the facts so you can find out where the truth lies in the middle.
Yeah.
There are not many lawsuits that go to trial that end up where one side story of the facts is taken over the other. There's always some mix in there.
It's not a game. I win. Spike.
So the winning is the ridicule. And when you get to make fun of someone and hammer their position so mercilessly when they screw up, that's the trick. That's the spice of life.
You guys do have a lot of fun.
I like the Spike Man says, dude, if it is a cartoon, who gives a heck? Masterson said it with the twins. IDGAF, Imatus, Oni-chans, and Okasans are on the flapping block. I don't know what that means.
Oh, man. Oni-chans, flapping block? I think he's talking about banging in some way.
I think so,
I'm able to pick that up.
Yeah, there's something sexual involving twins.
Yeah.
Let's see. Talonseer says, why is Dick spitting fire and we don't get to see his face eating his microphone? Come on. This is self-pleasure without the payoff.
I like having the lights off. That's my Nick mood. I turn the lights down. I've got some candles. I've got my my love pillow out. I've got a mouse pad with huge tits on it. This is what I get out to get in the Nick mood when I call in.
Do you have one of those ergonomic tits mouse pads?
No, I wish I did.
I got to get you one. We got to get you one with like a Stereos on it.
Oh, no.
Like a Stereos' face.
I'm confused enough, man. I don't need more shit. People are drawing chick versions of me and Sean all day.
Yeah, how is that for you? Because, you look at some of those are some pretty hot pictures.
I know. And Sean's always hotter, which pisses me off and fucks me up more. I was in the store. I saw one of those cat ear headphones. I thought maybe I should buy this for Sean. I said, no, what do you think? What are you doing? Don't buy Sean anything ever.
Oh my God.
He's a man. You're a man.
What's your I gotta find out what your perspective on the sex bot thing. I think I've heard it, but so Drexel talks about sex bots being the death of women. Like they're over. They're over as soon as sex bots are good enough.
Yeah, I could see that. I think that I think it's going to be like a Doctor Strangelove situation where we're going to have like it's going to be like 9 women to a man as the sex bots roll out. I don't think they're going to be good enough for me because I'm a sick weirdo that likes to play head games. Unless, like, I don't think NVIDIA can cram enough teraflops into a sex bot to satisfy me. Like, I'm gonna need Deep Blue in my sex bot to satisfy me, and maybe that even won't work. So I'll be at the end of that. Like, as soon as it gets okay for the Marvel Endgame crowd, as soon as the sex bots get okay for the people who are not cynical assholes all day every day, that's when the development stops in the entire world.
Right. It's when they reach peak marketability.
If we don't hit the singularity by that time, that is the great filter that has stopped all civilizations up until this point from exploring space. But as we approach that sex bot singularity, more and more women are going to need real flesh and blood men. It's going to be like Mad Max Fury Road, except in an iPhone store. Except in an Apple store, where everything will be white, everything will be clean, and there's going to be not a lot of guys to listen to women in their bullshit. I don't know.
Go ahead. They need to work on their marketing, because I'm not buying a sex bot that's processing power is measured in teraflops. I need gigafirms. I need gigafirms on my processor. They need to undo this language of computers if they're working on it.
Yeah, you know what? I say that, but now I realize that all women in the future are just going to be staring at Snapchat filters all day. So no one will. I'll be fucked even then. My boys will be so drained of being stuck in their robot threesomes or whatever they're doing at home. They'll be driving around their auto driving dick sucking cars.
Can you imagine? Like, it's like to reach your destination, please consume 6 shots of whiskey and just insert penis into the attached fleshlight while we drive you home.
Yeah, brought to you by Effexor.
Right.
Because your life has no fucking purpose, and you do not know how to deal with, and you cannot cope with that, and nobody cares.
Yeah. Honey, I'm taking a 7-hour trip. Where are you going? The convenience store, but just please don't ask. I'll be back.
Uber rolls up with sex bots hanging out of the trunk, bashing into cars along the way because all the engineers kind of just gave up. It works as long as you go 5 miles an hour, and nobody cares because there's a constant orgy happening in there at all times. Sounds great. Can't wait. Future sounds great as always.
Wes Nile Chan says, if Landau is the dog bite lawyer, does that mean Lemoine is the mosquito bite lawyer? Hey, Nick, have you seen the photos of Marky and Rial posing faux nude in a bet with other VAs? Oh, God, no, I'm alive. That would be god awful. I don't want to see any amount of skin on them. I support the burqa when it concerns Monica Rial and Jamie Markey. Oh God. Synac 8 says, Dick, what's your opinion on Matt Christensen?
Oh, is that the guy I talked about earlier who recorded that thing?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know enough about him to give an opinion on him.
He follows up. He says, remember, the Lorax speaks for the trees, and the trees demand gamers rise up.
Oh, man. Trump's better think twice if he thinks he's sitting gamers down. He's going to be in for a rude awakening.
Do you think we could get Trump to tweet about Gamergate?
Wait, didn't he have a press conference today about it? I think he's firmly on the side of, no, he is not in support of gamers.
Oh, man, too bad. I thought that was the master plan. If we could just get Trump to tweet about Gamergate, man. It'd be great.
Yeah.
So, let's see. Texan83 says, so now we've found Master Yoda to Nick's Padawan in the ways of the rant. Yeah, very much. Very much. Nova Zero says, gaslit environments need a striking of the match. I know it's horrendous to think that an exterminatus gets innocents caught up in it, but if the heretics refuse to be redeemed, then lessons learned next time will be better. Very comprehensive solution there. Morty J says, Dick, there's an early 2000s animated show called Roughnecks that is very well done for its time and expands on the universe. Highly recommended. That's in regards to Starship Troopers.
Oh, yeah. I've heard of that. I'll check it out.
Stooge Muffin Stuffin says dub should be judged on a case-by-case basis. Also, the dub for Black Lagoon is better than the sub, just saying.
Yeah. I get why everybody hates dubs. Like, I love Cowboy Bebop, and I don't really know anything else about any anime, but even watching that, I kind of go, oh, man, that line kind of sucked, or it's a little cheesy.
First time I watched Cowboy Bebop was subbed as it came out. I've watched it dubbed since. I like them both just fine, but
yeah,
I watched it subbed initially. Austin Heartless says, if we're judging our current selves based off our actions from 10 years ago, I might as well Minecraft myself now. And then Talbot Link says, y'all talking on dolls. Talk to Phil from the dollhouse yet? No, I have not. I need to. Okay. So I got the follow-up question for you that I asked earlier. I know you've said there's no approach for Vic, but no, this is different. Sorry. That was you. We talked about the PR on Vic. What do you think about from an SEO perspective? Now, this is very much in your lane.
Yeah.
What do these lawsuits do to the lawyers? So if you search, for example, for J. Sean Lemoine right now, you'll find his Wick Phillips stuff and you'll find other things, but all the video listings point to videos of me.
Yeah. Well,
and we saw what happened with Landau Group.
Landau didn't have a good time of it. It was too bad for him.
And I think that these have been non-specific efforts. Like, I'm not trying to ruin Jay Sean's SEO, although I think it would be funny to do so. I haven't done anything proactively for it. I've just talked about him a couple times. But the level of engagement on these live streams, is it ticks the algorithm.
I think with lawyers, this is probably the most experience I have. Besides my expertise on Tifa's tits, as lawyers and internet marketing, the way their names take a hit, but I think the way that they get cases is with lead funnels for searches for the claims that they specialize in. Like if you're a tort lawyer, you're going to specialize in like mesothelioma or car crashes or something like that, dog bites, for example. They're going to be the smart ones are going to be partnered up with lead funnels, which will spend all of their time trying to rank for those terms. So I don't think that it's going to hurt them at all, because who really looks up anybody after they've picked? Like, they fill out a form. They get a phone call, and they're off to the races. I don't think it's going to hurt somebody like this. What was his name again?
J. Sean
Lemoine.
Lemoine. Lemoine.
Yeah, you've got more food goes in. Okay. Here's a video of you as a 5-hour video, so that's an immediate no.
Yeah.
Nobody's watching that shit.
I know, but it's funny that it's like that's the top result.
It is funny. It's funny to have, but I think most of their business comes in lead funnels.
What if someone came up to you and said, "Hey, a law firm says, hey, we've got a highly public, highly controversial case. We've got we're representing I don't know, a basketball player or something in a rape accusation. Not only do we want to go,
come on, it had to be basketball.
Well, I don't know. Sure. What, football? Look, we're representing who is the guy who KO'd his chick in the elevator?
Ray Rice.
We're representing Ray Rice.
Yeah.
After he KOs his girlfriend. Not only do we want to take her out. Now, I know that they didn't actually go to court on this, but not only do we want to take her out, we want to discourage the other law firm. What do you do? What do you do to those guys? Like, how do you
say that again?
So let's say they specifically want to trash the other law firm. Like, they want to go, like, their client has said, I want you to burn everybody involved to this to the ground. Do you think you could SEO a law firm into the ground? Like, I think you could, because they don't do anything for it. What do you do? Do you go after those keywords? Like, do you go after dog bites?
No, you will never get that. But their reputation management and negative reputation management are real things, and they're expensive.
What if you want to cause negative reputation? That's what I'm saying.
You mean like with Landau? How you search for his name and it pops up?
Okay, so someone comes up to you and they say, we want to, the Landau group is representing a rapist against my son, against my daughter. We want you to bury the Landau group. Now, this is what happens actually to defense attorneys for criminal sexual conduct cases in a real sense. I've actually heard of them being murdered in hotel rooms and stuff like that by the family for defending the guy accused or whatever. So let's say they want to destroy the lawyer. Is that a thing? Because my theory on this is that law firms are way behind on managing or building a foundation of positive reputation on their online presence.
Yeah, that's true. I think that's one of the first things I messaged you when you started doing your videos. Do this quickly. Get your stuff on big sites quickly so it ranks at the top to get that stupid blackface thing out of there.
Didn't work.
Is it still up there?
No,
it was gone for a while.
It's gone. It's gone way down now. But nothing I did at first worked. It took the show, I think, until this year. It took the show really blowing up. To do it. It was crazy. I think that might have had something to do with Google, because it actually worked on every search engine except Google. And after I covered Damore, I got just shit on by Google.
I absolutely think it has to do with Google, because they did the same thing to Scott Adams. Like one of his pictures is a shitty Photoshop of him with a Nazi armband. Yeah. Which is, it just screams hand edit to me. I still see they still put the picture up there on the so they've got those cocksuckers.
What happened?
On the images section for your name, they've still got the cover with your blackface and then the blackface next to it.
Oh yeah. I mean, I figured it's never, I'm done. Like Asterios, right? Like that will be there forever. There is no, I don't care, but there is no getting away from it at all.
Yeah. Well, that's about the worst you're talking about, just wiping somebody off the map, asking.
No, I'm talking about how do you pillage the SEO of a competitor, or can it be done? Because I know,
I mean, that's the entire job though. It's taking their business from them. So yeah, it can definitely be done. Starting from scratch is hard, but if you want to be competitive in any space, yeah, it can be done.
So then the next follow up is, so like I do this for I cover these cases and talk about them, and I like to think that my coverage of your lawsuit, along with the Reddit activity and stuff like that, really contributed to the pillaging of Landau. Not in a conscious way. Yeah. But what is a law firm supposed to do to combat that stuff? Because law firms are gonna pick up unpalatable people at some point. And if some jackass like me comes along, it just does 500 videos on it.
Yeah. I'm looking up your stuff on the fly. Yeah, you just want free SEO. You got to spread your properties around on big sites like LinkedIn, Twitter, etc., YouTube, and create as much content as possible. Buy links to it. It's as simple as that. Get it. Get them however you can get the links, but get them, or hire people to do it for you. But you're gonna have to spread yourself around to defend against something like that, because you don't want, like, Landau's got a hodgepodge of shit. Let me look at him versus you. Although, would people search for Nick Rekieta or Rekieta Law?
Probably Rekieta Law, I would guess.
Rekieta Law. I
don't know how if they're searching for Rekieta Law, I assume they're searching for the YouTube content at this point. Yeah. Like anybody, no one in my area uses the internet to find an attorney.
Right.
in a practical sense, unless they're new or flat out broke or whatever, and they're like local attorneys. That's what they do.
I think that's normal.
Yeah,
Which is why attorneys don't give a shit about it, and except as a lead funnel for generic lawsuit terms.
But there are attorneys that do, I think. Because like that Mark Randazza guy, for example, like his brand is being the First Amendment attorney of the country. You go to Randazza Legal Group. I think James Damore's attorney, Harmeet Dillon, is trying to make, she picked up some other client, very high profile. There are a couple firms out there that want to be in the limelight, and I think they're the ones that are at real risk for this type of stuff.
Yeah, well, you go onto his, and he's even got exactly what I'm saying. It looks like somebody already did this for him too. Let me give it a double check. You go down his list for Randazza. It's his website, which should always be at the top. Then you got Wikipedia, Huffington Post, Twitter. Like, you got all the big sites. If you're looking to protect yourself, get or buy stuff, coverage about you on big domain name sites, because they'll always go to the top, where other ones, and then you're immune to shit like setting up KevinALandau.com or anything like that.
I know you hinted at it before, but are you telling me that you can pay to get your article on Huffington Post and other major publications?
Yeah, yes.
Well, surely,
absolutely. Yeah.
Surely not bastions of integrity like the New York Times or the LA Times or the New Yorker or the Atlantic. None of those places take money for basically advertisements, do they?
Yeah, they do, and they also use what's basically Craigslist for experts. Like, you go in there and drop a completely unverified, hey, this is me, this is what I know about, and they need sources. They don't need to verify them, though. They just need to know that somebody told me this, and
I love
their side.
I love that guy he's quoted as like an expert in something like 20 different articles about different subjects or whatever, and he came out. I think he was like a grad student or whatever in something. He was doing an experiment, but just seeing how many things he could be cited for as an expert, and they just eat it up, right? Oh God. I don't know. To me, I find it funny. I think that people get unreasonably worried about their SEO on an individual perspective. Like, I think Landau needed to just chill out, because no one's going, I need a lawyer, let me type Kevin Landau into the internet and find out if I can find him, right?
He seems a little keyed up in general, though.
Yeah, well, maybe the pants are too tight.
I think so. I think he needs to have a chat with the bagel boss about overcompensating for his size.
But the bagel boss would come up to his nose. Like, that'd be intimidating, I think. They'd be rivals. Landau's a little guy, from what I heard.
He is. Yeah, he is.
Did you ever see him in person? Did you go out to any of the hearings?
No, I really wish I had, but I did not want to fly to New York to see Asterios lose those sanctions.
Yeah, that was that was rough.
It was.
That was that pissed me off. In general, I think the judge punted really hard on that one.
Ramos, yeah.
Well, the other judge too. Well, if Ramos didn't do it, I'm not going to do anything. Well, Ramos never heard the issue. Like, it was literally first impression with the court on these sanctions. Why? What do you mean he would have? He didn't have a hearing. So is Keon coming out to Road Rage Minneapolis? Do you know?
I don't think so. No.
What? Oh, no. Wait,
I'm trying to get Peach out, though. I'm trying to pressure Peach into doing it.
I remember, I won't say it publicly, but yeah, I remember Keon's objection, and I gave him some ammo to overcome it. And I don't know if it worked, but it should have. Peach needs to come out. Yeah, she absolutely does.
No, right now it's just me, 80s Girl, and Sean.
That'll be fun, though. We'll have a blast.
It will.
You should get your other friend that's going to be out here to come to the show.
Who's that?
What's her name?
Oh, Veronica
Yeah.
Rivera, the news girl. You know, she said that she would if she'd have known. She's leaving on like Thursday. She's out there for some reason. Yeah, I know.
Why would you come to Minnesota at all? I don't understand. Some reason.
It's the sun. There's more daylight there for photo shoots. She's just photo shooting all day, and she needs all the daylight she can get to take those pictures.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that makes sense. We have long days.
Yes.
Long days. Well, if she needs a place, I know a beautiful location with a scenic backdrop.
Yeah, me too. It's a couple. Look, Nick, we all know places. We all have places for Veronica. All right, let's all get that out of the way.
I'm just saying, it's a couple hours from the Twin Cities. You and 80s Girl can come out too. We'll have a great time.
Got a big house for Veronica. A little house better for you.
No, I'm just talking about for the photo shoot. I wouldn't let her stay overnight. I wouldn't let her stay overnight. I mean, I'm a man of principles.
Wow.
Well, I'm married, right? Like I can't have another woman staying in my house. That'd be ridiculous. But no. It is a ways away, but if you and 80s Girl are interested in coming out, you're welcome. But I think you'd probably rather hang around the Twin Cities. Because out here, there's literally nothing to do.
Oh, man.
But if you want, I'll come get you. But,
I'll think about it.
Yeah.
I think that'll be literally on her birthday. I'll see if she wants to go to the Nick compound for her birthday.
You can be harassed by 5 children running around like hellions. But I'll cook you a mean steak. How's that?
That sounds good. That does sound good.
Well, man, I'm about to read through a bunch of super chats and stuff like that. So if you want to hang around, of course you're welcome. But I don't want to hold you to it because it's always the show.
I love the super chats. I'll hang around for a little bit.
Perfect.
And then I got to post a new episode.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, do you want to shill the Patreon and stuff like that? People go check out the show. If you don't listen to the Dick Show, you're missing. If you like my rants, oh my God. You have to go listen to the paterfamilias, right? Of rants.
If you don't listen to my show, you're fucked. Go to patreon.com/The Dick Show. I watched our last bonus episode like 3 times now, where we watched Maddox's How to Get Big on Twitch infomercial that he shot.
How big is I've got to check this out. How big is Maddox's Twitch channel?
It's tiny. It's 7,500 people.
Oh my God.
Nothing. It's nothing.
I'm going to catch him. That's my new goal. So I need you guys to help me beat Maddox. I'm at like 5K.
What is your Twitch?
Twitch TV /Rekieta Law. It's in the description. Okay. I just do like post after these streams or on the weekend. Sometimes I just poorly play through a video game and I answer people for not money. That's the trick of the Twitch streams. Is there's only a couple hundred people in the chat, there's not 5,000, so you can actually ask questions and I try and answer them. But yeah, so I talk about whatever, but yeah, help me beat Maddox. That would be just embarrassing for that poor idiot. Oh my God.
So he went on a I don't know, God knows what it is. It is shot like an infomercial. It is shot like they're trying to sell you a knockoff George Foreman grill, and he's talking to a beautiful woman and the fattest man in the world about how to get big on Twitch. But it's like, it's just poisoned. It's everything that he says is so warped with his insanity that everything he says is insane. Like he starts at a 10 with insanity by talking about how Hollywood hasn't yet recognized the power of Twitch, and he ends it on like his personal takes on how to his personal life advice, like for people, like how to fix your life and how to not procrastinate. But this is a guy who doesn't have a car anymore. Like this is the worst person aside from a schizophrenic bum, this is the worst person in the world to take advice on. But he spends an hour giving advice on how to get big on Twitch, something that he is absolutely not. That he has Yeah, go. It's the funniest shit in the world. I've watched it over and over and over to watch these morons glad handing each other in the middle of Hollywood, in a soundstage in the middle of Hollywood.
Have you considered the fact, though, I don't want to criticize your take on Maddox's life experience and life choices, but have you considered the fact that he has more roommates than a crack house hooker? I mean, like...
That's part of his winning strategy. He's always got content around because he's got he's got 6 roommates.
Hollywood is the opposite medium of Twitch. Like, how can you even... Hollywood hasn't considered the value of Twitch. Hollywood is overproduced content.
Owned by Amazon. Twitch is owned by a Hollywood competitor. It's as noticeable as you get. And then within a month, Ninja gets paid $1 billion to go work on Mix. It's the stupidest comment anyone has ever made about anything, and it's in the first 10 seconds of the fucking 18-minute video. Is Hollywood doesn't know the power of Twitch? Like, you fucking idiot. Microsoft is competing with Twitch because it's so goddamn big. The thing that powers half the computers on the planet is competing with Twitch. Amazon, who feeds all of America, is Amazon, who has a subsidiary that competes with Hollywood, owns Twitch. You dumb fuck. What are you talking about? It's like saying McDonald's doesn't know about pitas. Like, oh, McDonald's, they're dropping the ball on this pitas. Pitas are delicious. It's like a pocket for bread. You can stick anything in here. Beans, they got to get on the ball. These people, Subway's missing out on pitas. Like, no, you idiot. They all know about it. Everybody knows about it. You don't know anything. You got nothing to give. You're a 40-year-old man with nothing. You're the fucking giving tree, and I've taken everything that you had to give. You got nothing else to give you. Just give up. Give up and bike back to Utah. And it's so funny. It's such a funny episode.
Oh God. See, this is what you get with the Patreon content at the Dick Show. You have to go watch it. You have to. No, I love that. I love that. Esports, for whatever Americans think about esports, globally, esports are bigger than real sports. I mean,
are they?
The highest watched sporting event in history is the 2018 League of Legends finals.
Wait. Say that again?
The highest watched sporting event in history, in all of it, is the 2018 League of Legends esports finals.
Wow.
It beats the Super Bowl. It beats the Olympics.
Are you fucking serious?
90,000 live attendees at the show.
Than the World Cup. Bigger than the World Cup.
90,000 live attendees at the showdown. Yeah. And then the online audience is massive. And think about this way. Esports hasn't even come close to tapping the economic engine of America yet. Like, we're talking about primarily consumed by Eastern Asian content, right? Like Eastern Asian consumers. Not even close to the economics of America yet. Ninja's the first one who really...
he's a test case.
$1 billion over 10 years. Fine, or is it 6 years?
6 years.
6 years, $1 billion. Find a football contract. Find a football contract that rivals...
Find a team that rivals that.
$1 billion guaranteed funds. Oh my God. And we're talking about $30 million a year quarterbacks leading teams to the Super Bowl. Oh, Jesus.
Real sports are stupid.
They're done.
Yeah, they're done.
The second nerds realize they have more power than the jocks who made fun of them their entire lives, it's over.
Yeah, I mean, well, what they don't realize is that those jocks are just going to get really good at video games.
Oh yeah.
The nerds will go back to playing stupid shit in the fields, and the jocks are just going to totally fucking dominate.
The $1 billion number is false, apparently.
Oh, I thought it was 900 million over 6 years. Is that not right?
That apparently is false. It's too bad. It's too bad.
What is it?
But I'm still telling you, it's closer to 50 million a year. Oh, Shucks.
Why did they say that was just bullshit?
I guess, but still 300 million over 5 years.
Well, now I don't believe anything.
But either way, it doesn't matter, because what I'm telling you, and I'll tell you this from talking to a hedge fund manager whose entirety of investment is in emerging markets.
Yeah.
Esports is the biggest emerging market of any entertainment venue on the planet. And when I say biggest, I mean it just doesn't make the money in America that other sporting events make, and it's coming. Yeah. It's already out earning the NFL, and it's limited to Asia.
Dude, I would love it if bars stopped playing sports and played just Twitch on the TVs. Like, I fucking hate going to bars and seeing games on TV because I can't watch away. I can't look away. I don't care what they're showing, and you can't escape them. But I would love it if they just turned one onto Twitch.
Yeah, I will watch 2 football teams I've never heard of play each other. College football teams. I'll sit there. I'm at dinner with my family at a bar, restaurant, or whatever, and I will sit there. And I don't even care. I don't care about football. I certainly don't care about college football. I'm like, oh, yeah, that was nice. Okay, cool. Nice pass. I'm telling my kids, I'm like, yeah, watch it, run around the outside. It's like, I don't know anything about football, but I have to dad-splain the football to my children who will never play because they're all tiny. Yeah. I'm with you. I could definitely not watch a guy play Fortnite. Heck, I not watch Maddox play Fortnite every day. Esports cannot be bigger than soccer. World Cup is the biggest, and soccer player contracts are multi-million. Oh, buddy, you have no idea what's coming. I'm telling you, smart money and venture capitalism is in esports. You think who runs? Is it Epic Games that owns Fortnite and League of Legends, the 2 biggest properties on Earth?
I don't know.
It's a massive amount of income. Yeah. And here's the thing. There aren't injuries that ruin esports. Like, you can't tear an ACL and not be good at Fortnite tomorrow. You have to have epilepsy and die to be bad at a video game overnight.
Like, you get Marble Madness thumb or something, and you're done.
You have a stroke, or you get do you remember the Nintendo 64 when Mario Party came out? Did you ever have the burn on your palm from trying to? Yeah. You have to get that. You have to get that with a mouse. I can no longer 360 no scope people. Oh my God.
I can't believe that number was fake. What a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, that's frustrating. But it's still, the thing is, it's an absurd number. Because what he made on, they have to give him a better offer than what he was making on Twitch.
Right.
Now people are arguing with me about carpal tunnel. You're not going to just develop carpal tunnel tomorrow while in the middle of your intense Fortnite session. That's the thing. It's not in football. A guy's spine can break from his. I remember a speaker came to our stupid elementary school, and his face mask had gotten stuck in someone's knee pad while they were running, and it snapped his spine. He's a quadriplegic, right? That doesn't happen in esports, and it won't. It won't. But Darren exploding wrist syndrome.
But you could accidentally say the N-word.
You could do that.
End your career real quick in the video game leagues.
Right. And this is just esports. We're not even factoring in Twitch thottery and how much the income potential of Twitch thottery is amazing. Like if Twitch had an 18+ nude section along with their premium wholesome content, can you imagine?
I can't believe that the future is like live interactive virtual strip clubs for children. That's the future that they're getting. It seems so shitty. You got to just sit there and feed credits that you gain from watching ads to some stupid thought that's I don't know, dressed like a slutty Hello Kitty, Dora the Explorer or whatever. It's so depressing.
I mean, I notice this every one of my kids universally, and that's a whole lot of them. want to be YouTube stars, and this is before I even had a channel. They all wanted to be.
Really?
They all do, all of them, and so do their cousins, and so do their friends. Everybody wants to be. All these kids, like that's the generation that's coming, and we don't even like have a ton of like our kids do not have free reign on the internet or anything like that.
Right.
That's what they want. The old markets are dead. And if they don't think if you don't think that esports are bigger than soccer, I got news. You're about to be soccer's about to be blown out. So is cricket, that weird sport that a billion people will watch a stupid cricket match for 12 hours. But I'm never going to understand cricket. I want to, but I don't know why.
Well, we were going to see a cricket match in Australia, and I was going to learn it there, but that didn't happen. So,
man, that was sad.
Uh-huh.
I'm so pissed off for you, by the way.
Yeah.
Like I was thinking, I'm like, who do I call? Who do I call to get that fucking agency put in the ground? Like I was so mad about that one.
That was bad. That was very bad. I should have just let a dickhead do it. I mean, I knew there's got to be one. Sure enough, there was one who knew a guy who did it. I should have gone. I should have found a dickhead in immigration in the first place.
Yeah. You gotta have the inside connection at wherever you can find it.
I just can't risk it.
Let's see. RM was here. Says, is there any way Ty can use the article in court? No, that article is irrelevant to the case. And if they try to use the article in court, God, please let them do this stuff. Please let them try. Steven Severin says, Road Rage Minneapolis hype. Make Sean show V-necks. Is Sean going to be in a V-neck?
He doesn't have anything else anymore. I only have merch shirts, and Sean only has V-necks now.
On the Reddit, there was a mysterious rare Sean in a non V-neck.
I think that was from like 20 years ago. I saw that one.
By the way, you were rocking the Single Malt Justice shirt the other day. Thank you. That's awesome.
I love that shirt. I wear it all the time, and every time I go to have sex with my girlfriend and I have that shirt on, I have this like weird moment where I'm like, well, I have to take this shirt off. Like I always feel bad putting her. I was like, oh well,
yeah.
All right. You can't be looking at Nick while we're having sex.
I'm gonna get you a How Embarrassing shirt that doesn't exist yet, but that way you won't feel bad about taking it off.
Yeah. No. I don't making eyes at Nick while we're having sex.
Oh no, there won't be any eyes on it. But I just don't think you want her making eyes at How Embarrassing while you're having sex.
Well, maybe that sounds like the kind of head games I need.
Oh, maybe there. Yeah, there we go. What color? You want pink? I'll send you one.
Yeah.
So boomer, you failed at mixer thoughterry. From Finfrog. Torga DW says more boomer than the animal from Muppets. Wow. D-Man
Muppets, that's a real boomer reference.
Yeah, I know. An animal playing the drums. You don't want to see me play the drums. It's embarrassingly bad. D-Man DOG056 says, hey, Nick, is AT&T Warner a trust? No. I mean, not anymore. They would have been 60 years ago, but no. And if Rooster Teeth goes down, can another company try to get their IPs? Yes. You can always try to get people's IPs even before they go down. It's just how big is your checkbook? Also, I march for McCrag. Attaboy. Willie Woodward says, question for Mr. M in PR. How much does bribery work? How much does bribery of the media work? That's you, buddy.
I mean, work. Well, you can.
I guess how effective is it to pay for articles? I mean, it depends on what you pay for, I guess, right?
Yeah, it depends what your goal is. Sometimes people just want to see that. Like they like it. People like getting people like getting on names they know. They like getting in Huffington Post. They like getting in the Atlantic. So if that's your goal, that's great. But
at some point it's all about just finding the lowest hanging fruit. So it depends how much you're spending, what your budget is, and what your end goals are. Like you can blow your whole wad on a big name and not get the same bang for your buck that you would with a bunch of smaller papers. It really depends, but in almost no way should you use it for to get actual human beings to read it. Like you've seen where they send around a newswire and every single morning show is reading basically the same copy.
Oh, I love those videos where it's like the media, the mainstream media is not corrupt, and it's like 400 people saying the exact same Reuters line.
Yeah, it's just not effective anymore. Like it's not, and they all know it.
Yeah, because it's not even the new media. The new medium is just whatever. Some idiot on Twitter says something in the perfect way and the right 7 people retweet it. Yeah. And that's it. And you can't pay for it. You can't do it. There are too many unknowns in that. And maybe that's a good thing in a weird way.
Yeah.
So SGT McSalty says, I live in Tyler and have jury duty tomorrow. If someone from Beard Harrisburg, Bullock and Hughes is counsel on that trial, will my bias for them / Vic be an issue? Only if it's raised at voir dire, I guess. Good luck. I doubt it's one of them because they've never been to court in their lives. No one important says this weekend was legit depressing. Palencia, She, Tatum, Karbowski. So many VAs revealed as kick Vic because of that hit piece. How much of the old guard and Funimation is in on this? Again, think of Funimation this way. This is the best way to think about Funimation. Dick, don't without power leveling yourself too much. What did you do before you owned your SEO company? You work in some sort of corporate hell?
No, I went straight into this out of college.
Even before, so during college and before college, you didn't work in
during college. I was doing tech stuff. I worked at a cryptography startup for a little bit. That was in '98. Then I worked for JP. I had an internship at JPL, and then it was straight into I don't know. I guess you call them entrepreneurial endeavors, like scams. Get bullshit scams.
Get money scams.
Yeah, but they worked. They worked back then. It was the Wild West. It was great.
So before that, though, so while you were working somewhere, did you have the workplaces are like high school in the fact that their click is coming back? I'm guessing. Son of a. Okay. Anyway, so when I worked at Wells Fargo, they would have these. There's a local bar owned by a Minnesota Viking, and my coworkers would go and do happy hour at the bar. But I was newly married, and I just wanted to go home, and I lived like 30 miles away from Wells Fargo, so I would go home at the end of the night rather than going to happy hour, and I was told by my boss that I needed to participate in some of the happy hours.
Yeah, great.
And I was like, am I getting paid? Is there work? And it was like, no, you just really need to maintain these relationships. That's how you can think about Vic, is there's a group of people who have a happy hour and Vic never ever attended. He's outside of the clique. So do these people, is there some like deep conspiracy again? I mean, I think there is a civil conspiracy against some of the defendants, but is there some deep seated thing at Funimation, like a corporate policy against Vic? No, it's just really easy to get rid of the guy who never comes to the party after work.
Yeah.
It's hard to get rid of the person who will mess up the friend group dynamic.
Yeah.
And Vic just moved to the Dallas metro area 10 days, I think, something like 10 days before this happened.
Oh, Jesus.
Can you imagine? God. Oh, everything pisses me off. Austin Hartless says, I apologize for sending the super chat. Thank you. Howling Warwolf says, Monica had no problem taking a photo with Chris Chan who we all know likes to get touchy-feely with chicks and dudes. Is there really a photo of Monica Rial and Chris Chan out there? Somebody needs to email that to me. Andrew War Snowboard says, the rapist and pedo aspects have not really been confirmed yet. Shane Holmberg, August 6th, 2019. Oh my God. Dick, what do I have to do to get Shane Holmberg on your show?
Oh my God.
Would I pay you or would you pay me to get him on your show?
He was such a mess. Has he ever been back after that, or that was it?
No, he tried.
Yeah.
He tried once. He said, I want round 2. And so he had blocked me for a while after everything went down. And then he randomly, I got some juicy info, some inside info on KamehaCon. And then immediately Shane Holmberg unblocks me and starts talking on Twitter about how I'm afraid to have him on for round 2. And all I thought was, he wants to get out ahead of this story.
Yeah.
That's it. He's trying to get ahead of this story. I didn't let him on. That was the last. Then he blocked me again after that, and I've remained blocked pretty much ever since. I don't know what that guy's deal is, but God, I feel like he needs you. I feel like you could help him become a better person.
I don't think I could hurt him. I saw his living situation over there. It was very gross.
Excuse me. He makes more money than anybody you know.
Yeah.
His kids' college, his wife's kids. His wife's kids' college is paid for, and he makes more money than anybody. He's a software engineer, and how dare you? How dare you suggest that apartment was in shambles?
I mean, he's just sitting there smoking next to like his daughter's play place or something, fake kitchen, and then there's a real kitchen with shoes on the counter and stuff. Like, what's going on, man?
I swore the shoe was a joke. Like, people are like, oh, there's a shoe on his cutting board. I'm like, it's a blurry camera. It's probably just that's like an Oster blender base, right? Like, that's what I thought. No, real shoe. Real shoe. Well, the excuse was the dog likes to chew up shoes. So, of course, you put him up on the counter on the cutting board. Oh, my God. Indie Visualist says, Dick, Patreon colluded to deplatform Subscribe Star. Unethical, woke, use white nationalists as justification. You cannot trust them to do business. Oh, okay.
That's Subscribe Star. I think it was MasterCard that did that.
No, Patreon. They're saying Patreon colluded to deplatform Subscribe Star.
Yeah, I think MasterCard did it, not Patreon. I don't think Patreon is. I suspect that it's a company with not a lot of people in it that has no idea what they're doing, and that the VCs that their VC round of money pretty much owns them and has everybody's balls. It has Conti's balls and advice because they can't possibly live up to the geometric growth that they probably promised the VCs. Thinking that all creators would move off of ad revenue on YouTube and get on a Patreon, but it's just not working out that way. I don't think they're a big player.
I think all of these startups have similar problems to that. GoFundMe, Indiegogo, Kickstarter. I don't think any of them could measure, because it's such a crapshoot on these new, on a venture capitalist, new technology, new media sort of situation. You don't know what's going to stick. And these guys are the guys that happen to make it. And I think that they're all woefully underexperienced in running these types of businesses.
Yeah. And their business is not, there's not a huge barrier to entry to it. Like, I built the Patreon competitor in a month and it's the same. Like, it wouldn't take that much more to be the same fucking thing. I didn't need several rounds of whatever financing to do it. It's just that simple. Like, the technology's been around for so long. It's that simple. I think they're really overestimating their value.
I need a Discord bot. I need a new Project 2 Discord bot.
Right, you do.
I'm so bad at inviting people to my Discord when they join up.
All right, I'll look at that.
I have some other ideas actually that might invalidate it, but either way.
It's the fucking banks. It's the banks that make it so difficult. and they don't offer anything for how difficult they make it for everybody. Like they're the ones that are causing all the credit card bullshit. They're the ones trying to crack down on cryptocurrency before the government can even do it for them. It's just so obvious. It's all the fucking bank's fault. I can't believe it seems so quaint to think that I would look back at like the problems with banks in the old movies like Miracle on 34th Street. Like, oh wow, banks are a real problem in this day. How what's going on? That's weird. But it's just so obvious all around us that they're fucking with us constantly. Everything goes back to them. All of this controlled bullshit goes back to them.
Yeah, of course. They control the money. And they don't want to not control the money.
Yeah.
Because if you've run the entire world via the economic power of the United States and then controlling that economic power, imagine running it for the past 85 years.
Yeah.
And then somebody saying, actually, we've got this cool technology called crypto that will undo everything that you like. All of the power that you have had to control literally everything. This thing is going to work, and think that they're going to just let it go.
Yeah, gotta get rid of that.
Digi Eats Ass says Dick Eats Asserson thinks he can hide. Admit it.
Oh no.
Indie Visualist says Google won't let me say Masterson's first name. Rude.
Yeah.
Austin Kinkle says Monica neck, Jamie no neck. Willie Woodward says, is it really expensive to grease all those palms? It depends on how many palms we're talking about and what palms they are. The quality of palm and the grease applied is different. 70.
No.
Yeah. So, you don't want to get into specifics of that, but it's not that expensive.
No.
And let's talk about why real quick. It's not that expensive is because newspapers are struggling to stay open.
Yeah, it's not worth it. That's why it's not that expensive. It's just, it's not worth it. There's not that many people who pay for it because it's not worth anything. It's
not 1971. People can get their news literally anywhere from people that they trust. And no one cares what a nameless journalist in a newspaper has to say about an issue. And like it or not, nobody on earth wants an unbiased source. We all pretended that we did for a long time. Nobody does. We just want to know the bias of the source that we pick. That's it.
It's only as expensive as it is to trick them into doing it. And so it's only as expensive as they are dumb enough to fall for getting tricked into it, which is not very.
They're not 5D chess players here.
No.
70 Awesome 70 says the Dallas article is clearly defamatory. Could this article allow Vic to sue them, assuming he is willing? No, you don't sue a newspaper. You almost never win suing a newspaper. I mean, the chances are lower than just about anything else. If so, it seems dumb to publish it. There's no way that newspaper, you have a case against them. There's no way. They got all of their information from someone else. They'll produce J. Sean Lemoine's press primer and check along with it and say, look, we solicit this stuff. We needed this sealed, and they'll settle the case, and it won't cost them a dime because they'll win at trial. That's it. It'll be done. No, there's no suing the newspaper. Ridicule the fact that the lady followed T. Greg Doucette before publishing the piece. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know. There's obvious connections to the defendant's side of the case. The picture was taken at the Dallas Morning News studio, and T. Greg Doucette said, there's something big coming over the weekend. Of course it's a hit piece, and just make fun of that. That's all you need to do. There is no credibility, and nobody's reading that article when they pick up the Dallas Morning News that day. They're all reading about the 2 mass shootings. Wingzer012 says, don't worry, Vic, Disney will take care of you, or you could go into daytime soap opera. Rocky Top Otaku says, the guest gives the epic rant. What a twist. Pro Hero, they're not familiar with you, Dick. They need to check out your show. Your podcast link is going up right after the show, right?
Yeah, I'll publish it after the show.
You can find that on Google and iTunes, The Dick Show.
Dick.show. It's so simple.
Yeah, Dick.show.
I'm going to get it tattooed on my fucking knuckles. Dick on one side, show on the other side.
Where are you going to put the dot?
I'll show you. Bend over, I'll show you.
Bro Hero All Might says, dude started to sound like Bill Burr for a second. I think that's you.
Yeah.
Iron Mater says, yeah, welcome to the Nick Show. You want bleach, you got bleach, you love bleach. Welcome to the show where all brown butts are the domain of the Clorox god. Are we talking about anal bleaching here? I'm with it. Comic-Con. Have you had an anal bleaching?
No, but I really want to.
I
want them to go all the way up so that all of my internal flesh matches my external flesh.
What was that? Were you talking about that like seminar where a bunch of like soccer moms are in there getting their anuses bleached?
Possibly.
God, it's like a thing. They're just like, oh, and here's the bleaching process, and a bunch of, oh yeah, okay.
I'm surprised I've never seen a before and after. Honestly, quite honestly, with how much I deal with the internet, I can't believe I've never seen. I've seen thousands of before and after boob job shots, but I've never seen a before and after anal
starfish.
bleaching.
Yeah, why don't they just have like that? That would be it. They don't have to have the full butt in there, so you can't identify anybody. It's just like a zoom in starfish before and after.
Yeah, like, but I would also like to see the full butt. I need to see it in context.
You probably don't want to see it, if we're being honest. Comic-Con Freak says should get Masterson and Cody on at the same time. Fran Powell says, tune in right in the midst of that epic rant. Wow, you're right, Nick. Lord of the Rings 9 hours felt short. # Dick aftertaste. Super Captain Chris says, hey, Dick, how does it feel to know that Nick's internet success essentially started on your show? And are you going to ruin his career out of jealousy?
Perhaps. Let's see. We need to see how Minnesota goes.
Yeah.
But maybe.
There we go. We should get into an online fight.
I'm going to drive up to the compound and only one will leave. Will be two rants in, one rant out. It's fucking great. I love that rackets still exists. Like that, I was talking to 80s girl and I'm like, yeah, it's like in the movie, the Facebook movie, it was like, hey, drop the. Like that's my contribution. Like just it's not Rekieta, too confusing. Rackets. That's it. Do that. And that's all I got.
When we went to Legoland and made little minifigures of our entire family, mine had a racket and a microphone. So even amongst my wife and I am rackets. So it's Trumpian perfection in branding.
Oh yeah.
God. By the way, like someday somebody needs to write the book on Trump effectively branding everybody in his vicinity in the perfect laconic. Lion Ted Cruz, crooked Hillary. Like that's it. That's all it took to win an election.
And then they need to give it to every fraternity in America. Yeah, it really is all it took. But it's so hard because when you see people do it and fail, they lose all of their credibility. They lose every single thing that makes them good instantly.
Well,
it's a very risky game.
We saw Maddox and Ken White competing for the trophy of failing at it.
Yes.
The entire time today. They're like, how about liar, cheater, or dumb? Maybe all three. No, Ken, pick one and stick with it. Dummy Maddox. Dummy Maddox. Mad Maddox. Just pick anything to belittle him and you would have won, but you had to pick everything because you couldn't commit. Sean Turner says, shout out to the sweep and Don who loves your videos. Hey, thanks. Henry Aller says, Dick, got any tips for a guy starting an online business?
Well, pick what you want your business to be about. That would be my first suggestion.
Is your online business advice literally just the regular tried and true for 100 years business advice? Like have a business plan.
Look, you want to get on your Vistaprint free business cards immediately, probably before you decide what you want your business to be about.
That's a very important step. Sell multi-level marketing. Learn what that is. Embrace it, no matter what you're doing or selling.
Get people under you. Get people under you and take their money.
Yeah, and keep it as vague as possible. Just have a business, and then get people under you immediately, and let them have a business, and let them figure it out.
And pick your niche.
The most important thing in any online business is to talk about it as much as possible. Talk about it on Twitter and Facebook all day, every day. Fake it till you make it. Just repeat inane shit all day, every day. That's the key to business online.
So it's a CrossFit model.
Yeah.
Like just have a plan. Just have a plan. That's if you're starting a traditional business, it doesn't change because it's online. Have a plan. Figure out. There are people who have done this for years, and take their advice. Unless you're doing something completely different, then don't listen to anybody else and run as hard as you can and hope you don't fail.
Figure out what you're gonna do with your first million. That's the key to starting an online. Read a book every day. That's the key.
Yeah, that guy with the Lamborghini in his garage. Look,
I fucking hate that guy.
Look at my rented for the day for this video Lamborghini. How do you think I got it? I read this book by what's his name? What's the freaking investor's name?
Warren Buffett?
Warren Buffett, yes. Yeah. I read this book by Warren Buffett. That's how you start, man. And then you got to read 2 books a month, and then 3 books a month, and then 1 book a week. And by then, because you're not working anymore, you can read a book a day. And that's how you
5 books every day. That's the key to business. And then the most important thing about having a business online is having me time. You got to unplug. That not working is the key to having a successful business online.
Let me give you the advice my Circuit City sales manager, the smartest and most astute person on earth, is Kyle Burdine, who I'm pretty sure. Now, this is unconfirmed, but I heard he was arrested for gaming sales at Circuit City and essentially stealing tons of money from them.
Cool.
Kyle Burdine gave me this advice. He looked me in the eyes, and I was a computer salesman at Circuit City, and he said, you'll understand my life when you understand how much Kyle impacted it. Nick, I hate you. You're in high school and you have no bills. Go out now, tomorrow, and get a chick pregnant. He's like, then you have to sell computers to live. And that's what I need.
Oh, yeah.
I need you to need to sell these computers. There you go. So that's my strategy for you, Henry. Go out.
Good business advice.
Go out and get a chick pregnant. Get like 7 chicks pregnant. Do old dirty bastard style, where you can release all your Wu-Tang albums and have so much child support that you go to the welfare office in a limo to pick up your check. That's
good advice.
Mr. Grimdark says, "Yo, Dick, there was a Starship Troopers show. It was called Roughnecks."
I'll check it out.
Mario Carter 13 says, "I'm sorry you weren't on the list, Mad Cuck." The Wrong Crafter says, "Lol, Dick's Maddox voice reminds me of Squidward."
Yeah, there is a little Squidward in there.
Jay says, "Maddox created the list with many other ops." But no, he didn't actually, right? That was a theory.
Because LPup created the I don't know. I don't remember. I thought he said he did. Him and his buddy did. And then they moved, so they changed IPs, so they couldn't delete it. I think that was their story. I don't know why he would lie about that. He's a big fan.
Yeah.
He said he felt bad about it. I mean, I don't care.
Evan Rogers says, "Don't you love how every middle of the ground commenter has sold their soul to the left after the shootings?" Oh, yeah. Have you seen that? Where you've got guys like David French and Ben Shapiro, like, burn the alt-right to the ground.
Yeah, and even Bill Mitchell was saying how he supports, like, red flag shit or something like that. It's really disgusting to see them betray, like just a basic principle, guys. Come on.
Ben Shapiro, the Jew that the alt-right would gas last, is coming out against the alt-right. That's an embarrassment for him. I kid, but like, God, it's the nature of this. it's the nature of when business drives your commentary, right? Like,
Yeah.
they see more profit in what they say on this issue. Here's my issue on. Let me put my official statement out on the shootings in Dayton and the shootings in El Paso. Shall not be infringed. I'm sorry. I really don't like that a bunch of people died, but it shall not be infringed. Doesn't mean you go ban guns because people got killed. So that's that.
Here's my statement is that gun control, First Amendment doesn't matter, because if any kind of mass shooting happened while I was there, I would immediately stop it and subdue the shooter. That is my commitment.
Wait a minute. So you would stop the shooting and subdue the shooter?
Immediately, no matter no matter what it took, I would bum rush him. I would instantly recognize that he was about to start shooting, maybe, and then stop him put my hand on his shoulder and say, "I'm here to listen to your problems, son. I know that you're having a rough time," and he would break down and stop. I might just kick the shit out of him. I might kung fu his arm clean off and snap his head around. But the point is, gun control, gun rights doesn't matter, is that I would stop a shooting if I was ever in that situation. And you can take that to the bank.
Okay. I like it.
There's no reason to argue, Nick. That's what I'm saying. There's no reason to argue about it anymore, because I would immediately stop it if it happened around me.
I believe you. I've never heard a contrary opinion on that.
Thank you.
That is, I believe it 100%.
And if anyone has a problem with that, they can take it up with me.
Personally.
Yes.
Yeah. And will you have Chris, the bagel boss, there to help them? Is he? God, can you hire that guy to field all phone calls?
Yeah.
Like, if that guy fielded every phone call that came into my office, I don't know how much I could pay him. Hello? Yeah, you want to talk? No. What the hell did you say to me?
Instantly.
Oh, 0 to 1,000. Oh God, I should talk to him about that. How much do I have to pay you to answer my phone for me? Yeah. Henry Aller says, "Why'd the bicycle fall down? Because it was too tired." Oh, cute. Cass Michael says, "Mr. Masterson, please post episode 166."
Okay.
Is that today's?
Yeah.
I thought that was yesterday's. That was
no.
My bad. Phoenix Orm says, "I'm not your buddy guy." Yellow Flash 2 says, "Popat blocked me over a year ago. He is a coward." Yeah, he's also depressing to look at. Not that we make fun of looks, but I do. Oh, by the way, that was interesting on your show, with the one that's about to post.
Yeah.
That you are opposed to manlet shaming.
Oh yeah. That's a tool of the woman. That's a tool of the of the gynocracy. I refuse to participate in any shaming of men for the benefit of women. And that's exactly.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Go. No. What were you going to ask?
I was going to say, what if it's not for the benefit of the woman? What if it's just because that particular insult makes that particular man upset and you're trying to leverage that over them?
No, they can feel it. They have the opposite of the force, like an evil force, and women could feel it. If you're shaming a man for his height, they could feel it in their bones, in their dark hearts. They could feel it all around the world. So I will not participate in it. Absolutely not.
But I call people fat, not because I don't like fat people, but because I know that fat is a particular insult that bothers that fat person.
That's different. Women hate that. They hate anyone being called fat. Even they hate if a truck says wide low, soon that will be illegal. They will make that illegal for any descriptor to be large or wide in any way. They absolutely despise it. But if a man is called short, they start fingering their beans all over the country. They love it.
I think wide load should be replaced with enormous load.
Huge bitch.
More
right
letters. Yeah. Tess load, Tess Holiday load, right there. We should just name the load based on the fatness of some sort of famous woman.
Every ship is now called the Tess Holiday. Every cargo ship.
The USS Tess Holiday.
Yeah. No, I do not manlet shame. It's terrible. Absolutely will not do it.
Asphyxiation says Dick, Nick, and Vic show after the lawsuit. We got to get Vic on your show.
I think that would be the end of his career.
Yeah, I think so too.
If he survives this.
And Andrew War Snowboard says, I'm 99% unlikely to go to Road Rage, Minnesota. I work that day. Get it off.
Yeah, get it off, man. Just skip. What are you, a doctor? Are you a
No.
heart surgeon?
He's not a doctor. Do you need a sick note from your I have a Juris Doctor. I'll write you a sick note. I'll write you a sick note. I'll be like, listen, my man has court that day. I'm representing him.
Say your car broke down. Do anything. Your wife's going into labor. Fuck.
Mulker3 says, Nick, are you coming to the next Road Rage Australia? God, if I could have gone to this one, I would have.
Yeah.
If I could have gone to this one, I would have.
Yeah, me too.
It's hard for me to get away from the kids for that long, mainly because I have to have someone to keep them alive that I trust. That's the hardest part. I don't need him to do anything other than make sure my kids live through the day.
Sure.
And not hurt them in some way. Saul Slenderman says, Road Rage Europe, London, Hamburg, Copenhagen. Someone said Road Rage Dublin. God, that'd be
fun.
Ireland, that'd be great.
That'd be very fun.
I might make it to that one.
Well, all right. It just moved up on the list.
Rekieta or Scotland, Road Rage Scotland. We'll do a distillery tour, mate. That'd be. Oh, I'm gonna bring a special scotch for you at Road Rage, by the way.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Yeah. Rocky Top Otaku says Monica was announced as a VA for the borderline pornographic anime Why the Hell Are You Here, Teacher? But remember, Vic ate a jelly bean. Creeper Weirdo says the horrible future you guys paint with sex robots is terrifying. Think about this, an entire generation of 20, 30, 40, 50-year-old virgins. Well, are they virgins if the sex robot is pretty real? That's the question.
Yes.
But it's pretty real, though.
Wait, is it gay if you fuck a guy sex robot? Because then if okay, then you're not a virgin. Somehow I think we'll lose both ways, as is usually the case when it comes to gay questions. You lose, and virgin questions, you lose both ways.
Because there's invariably someone who's paying for the guy robot to bang them, right?
Yeah.
Like there's the robot for the bottom has got to exist. Otherwise, that's sexist, I think. Is it sexist?
Is what sexist?
I don't know. Like not making a robot that will bang a guy. Like what if?
Well, you know what the funny part of the guy sex robot is who's gonna program it? So you're gonna get a sex robot guy that still just acts like an autistic guy. The artificial intelligence that will be the worst one of the group. Women are gonna have to deal with that.
What if you buy the robot and is like, listen, I need you to pound me, Jack, and he's like, no, I'm not into it. Says no. Oh God, that'd be funny. CJ Williams says there was no blackface. Nick cosplayed me. So thanks, CJ, for falling on that bullet for me.
Oh yeah.
Bad Vibe says Masterson, I sent an email about NN/230 net neutrality in section 230. Did you get to read it?
I don't know. Maybe.
That's a hard question. I can ask you that because you can identify. When people ask you on the spot about an email that they sent, did you? Yeah. God, I hate that question because I never know. I might have read it. You have an internet name that's different from your email handle.
Oh, that's the worst. Every single avenue, people have different names. Like, oh yeah, like, well, fuck, man, I don't know. I know you on this one. I don't know your other name.
And also
Proton Mail or whatever you got going on.
And I get a whole bunch of emails per day that could be from literally anybody. So I don't. Yeah. Blaine 20 says ideas for a Second Amendment stream. I need to read that primer. I don't have ideas for. I mean, I need to do a Second Amendment stream at some point. I don't want to do it right after a tragedy because I don't want to make it look like I'm capitalizing on it. I don't care. That sounds horrible, but I don't care enough to do that. I'm not going to make a Second Amendment stream that is a counterbalance to a tragedy. That's not the purpose. I just want to do one in general. I need to find the right person for it. That's the thing. I need a diehard Second Amendment expert to bring you guys. Someone who can shock you with their knowledge of the Second Amendment. Who would make a Second Amendment sex robot? Gawker's Death Rattle says, no injuries in esports unless you play Madden. Oh, come on. Speaking of, oh, dude. Do you remember that? The guy that got shot playing Madden live?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That kind of disappeared quickly.
Yeah, it did.
Ichisinko says, what if Vic admits to doing something illegal in this case? Will he be arrested? Likely no, because anything he'd admit to, I would assume, would be long outside the statute of limitations. And two, what illegal thing did he do is the hard thing there. Could he plead the fifth to avoid it? Hi, Anna, that Star Wars girl in chat. So there you go. Yeah, he could plead the fifth if they asked him the question, right? Like, did you engage in sexual activity with this person on this date who is a minor? Oh, I plead the Fifth Amendment. You could do that to avoid criminal prosecution, but in your civil case, it would be read negatively against you. So there you go. FPS Russia. You guys want me to bring on FPS Russia as a Second Amendment expert? He's not an expert in plea deals, which is sad.
He's having a rough time.
Yeah. Have you talked to him?
No.
Because you've been on PKA.
Yeah, I'm going in. After I get back from Burning Man, I'm going to be on there.
When is Burning Man?
End of August.
Will you plug me on there? Because I want to go on their show. I just don't know how to reach out to them.
Oh, I'll do it right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to talk to those guys. They crack me up, but and I've heard they would be willing to have me on the show. I just don't know how to reach out to them.
Yeah. I'll email him.
Rip Dove says Masterson is a hero of the internet, but for fun.
Yes.
Roaming Feral Ghoul says anything special planned for Road Rage. I don't know. A bunch of whiskey. And,
yes, come find out.
Yeah. Oh, I need to talk to you about that, by the way.
Yeah.
I'll send you a message after the show. Iron Mater says, when are the Virgin Islands going to get some dick? Where's the Road Rage St. Croix? Can this Mexican stop eating long enough to get on a plane and go somewhere they will actually let him in?
Wow. Should I team up with John McAfee and do a Virgin Island on the run?
Yeah.
Election 2020.
Road Rage on the run,
fun.
baby. You'd have to you'd have to get John McAfee to fund like the booking of 12 different venues so they don't know which one you're going to be at. That'd be great.
And have doppelgangers set up at all of them.
Yeah. A bunch of John McAfee sex robots. So that not only when the FBI show up, he's like, I'm a robot, but he starts raping all of them. That's a good plan.
And that turned out to be the real him.
Yeah. Only if they're whales, though. Did you see that from him, by the way, the sex with whales thing?
Yeah. That was like last year, wasn't it?
God, it was great. And he would like go back to it after like a month of not. He's like, wait, listen, we got to get back to talking about this.
Yeah. He loves fucking with people.
Wings, how was he on the show? I need to listen to that episode. How was he on the show?
He was great. He was very philosophical. He must have enjoyed it because he wants to call back in again. He said he wanted to call back in again.
Did he only stay for the 10 minutes?
No, he stayed for a long time.
Oh, that's awesome.
He was cool. He gave some advice for the virgins. He thought that really tickled him that there were guys out there looking for advice on how to get laid.
That's how surreal is that, having John McAfee on your show?
It was as surreal as having Doug on the first time, and now he's a fucking staple of the crew around. Talking to him about Earthworm Jim was like a lost cause, and now he's selling $1 million Earthworm Jim comics was surreal.
I'm going to go stay at his house at the end of August, right before Bubba Fest. I'm gonna go hang out with him again.
Oh, cool.
You got to do that sometime. He's great. He's the nicest host on the planet.
He seems like he would be. Having McAfee on was cool. But I could talk to him all fucking day about the beginnings of computer virus shit and how
how he saw that coming.
Yeah, but will
And
he tell you how to uninstall McAfee antivirus?
Yeah.
What trick do I need to do to get this garbage off my computer? No, for me, my surreal moment today was I was scrolling through my Twitter analytics, and it shows you like your biggest Twitter follower.
Yeah.
For each week or month or whatever, and one of the months mine was Scott Baio. I was like, oh my God, Scott Baio follows me on Twitter. That's weird. But then I found out he got Me Too'd last year.
Oh,
so that's what I think that's what is the link. I'm gonna try and get him.
Me Too guys got to start standing up for each other.
I'm gonna try and get him on the show. I don't know if he'd come on, but I want to learn about his story. I have no idea about it at all.
I got to get Tom Likas on. That's my dream. That's my dream guest.
Who's Tom Likas?
Tom Likas is an old broadcaster from the 80s and 90s. He was on, Stern was on in the morning, and Tom Likas was on in the drive home, West Coast guy. He would have Likas 101 every Thursday, where he'd teach guys how to get more action for less money. And guys would call in and give them their dating problems, and every single time, any problems with women, he'd go, "You got to dump that bitch, that bitch." People would call in and just lose their minds on him. He was great.
I wonder if you could get like Don Imus on or something. One of those old
yeah. I don't know shit about him.
It's just funny, like when you start asking people, if you just ask them, you're surprised by the results often. It's not the question. It's a matter of getting the question to the recipient. That's the hardest part.
Yeah.
I found. Man, it'd be great to have one of those old, like, actual shock jocks on the show. You know, I'm a shock jock in court now, apparently.
I saw something about that.
It's like, man, I hope I can measure up. Wing012 says, any chances of a Deep Throat character appearing in Vic's lawsuit? Yeah, of course there's chances of it. Raider J says, so how long until Kick Vic starts saying the shootings were orchestrated to purposely distract from the article? Oh, God, I'm sure some dummy has said it by now. Bad Vibe says, Chan/Rial pick in your DM. Thank you. Mulker3 says, Destiny is a manlet. What about Destiny? Is it okay to shame Destiny because Destiny is a woman?
Yes, because I have done that, and I didn't think about that before I came up with my principles. So absolutely.
See, that's what I'm saying. The trick is, it's not about like if I call someone a manlet, it's not because I have any sort of prejudice against short guys. It's because I have a prejudice against that short guy.
Yes.
And
I
know it will bother that guy, and I really want to go to them.
It's a very slippery slope, Nick. You have to be very careful. You have to be very careful.
It is, and like all slippery slopes, if I start slipping, I'll grab the fattest chick around and ride on top of her, slipping all the way down at warp speed. 13 SPD Demon of Innarook. Innarook, really? Are we in EverQuest lore land now? It says oversized loads now banned. Cesario JPN says replace wide load to abnormal load. Simple. Mario Carter 13 says unfortunately Second Amendment sex bots shot blanks. Rotten Tanuki says Nick, please my day one patch kids vid. Day one patch kids vid. I don't know what that means. Do you know what my day one patch kids vid means?
No. Day one. I don't know what the second half means.
Me either.
No.
Sergeant McSalty says, get Adam Kraut from the Gun Collective for Second Amendment show. Rhino says, Drex went over this, but I expand. Screw a robot, but it has an artificial womb and can get pregnant. Still a virgin? Does it matter anymore? Ooh, good question for you.
Say that, read that.
So if you bang a sex robot, but it has an artificial womb and it can get pregnant, are you then still a virgin?
Well, I'm just imagining like a toaster with a womb. I can see that. I can see that making women angry to count that as losing your virginity. So I'm going to go with yes. Like if an iPad with a fleshlight in it could get pregnant, absolutely.
Okay, gotcha. Day one patch kids vid. I don't know what the kids part of it is, but a day one patch is like when a video game is released and they have that day one patch that you have to download. That's like the same size as the entire game to fix their product that wasn't ready to ship.
Yeah.
I get that, but I don't understand the kids part.
That's the part I don't understand.
So you have to patch your kids on day one? I don't understand.
Like,
maybe I'm too much of
vaccinate them?
Well, no, that'll ruin them apparently. Austin Heartless says, I just got news of a repeat of the weekend in my county in Michigan. Repeat of the week. Was there a shooting in Michigan? That'd be crazy. Bloody Thumb says Ted Nugent would be a great for a Second Amendment show. Yeah, again, it's about getting the question to Ted Nugent. That would be great. I'd love to have it.
I'll tweet at him.
Yeah. I might be able to get Scott Baio on because Scott Baio follows me on Twitter, so now I can message him. That's the trick there. But Ted Nugent, I don't. If he follows me, that'd be great. I'd ride around in a helicopter and shoot pigs with that guy all day. Have you ever done that?
No, they did a helicopter shooting in Vegas, and I didn't want to do it specifically because I wanted to save that experience for shooting at pigs or wolves or something that was alive.
God, that'd be great. Oh man,
it seems like fun.
There's a guy. He's a fan of your show. I can't remember his handle, but I've got it in my messages somewhere. He's really nice. He's out on the East Coast and actually does that. His buddy's like a Vietnam vet helicopter pilot.
Oh, that's awesome.
And this guy does I should probably have him on the show. He's a gun dealer, I believe. And he does gun reviews. So he reviews like fully automatic guns. And he has access to a helicopter and fully automatic weapons.
Oh, that'd be cool.
I think we need to maybe do a road rage in whatever state that guy's in.
Yeah.
I'll find it. I'll find it for you. Henry Aller says traps are more feminine than most women, not gay. Okay, so I have to tell a quick story. A friend of the show, I was talking to him today on the phone, and their business partner is very gay. And was watching the Ron Toye deposition and said basically like, oh, who's that? And he said, oh, this is the fiance of Monica Rial. And he said, oh, no, that's gay. That's a gay. We recognize our own.
Yeah.
Because did you get the gay vibe from Ron Toye?
That is a gay man.
Yeah.
He acts extremely gay. And then when you see his fiance, you think, okay, yeah, there's no way a straight man could be wanting to marry this monster. Everything about him seems gay, screams gay.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And that's fine, by the way. Not that there's anything wrong with that, right? It's just that's how it is. That's a weird relationship. Anyway, Gawker's Death Rattle says Scott Baio, Nikki loves Chachi. Talbot Link says Don Imus is awesome. Met the dude several times. Asphyxiation says we going to get Dick and Nick bathwater from Road Rage. What do you think? Should we take a combo bath?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's throw out vials of bathwater.
We got to sell it by the milliliter, right?
Yeah. It's gonna be like church. You're gonna have a little thing you could dip your finger in when you come in, and
you got to genuflect and do the sign of the cross with the
put a little N on your forehead or something like that.
Oh God. Where Tiger Ray says, did you see the Dayton shooter was following Greg Doucette on Twitter?
I saw that.
You know what the funniest part of that was? He's denying it.
Greg is?
He's like, no, he wasn't following me.
Why?
I don't know. No one thinks that guy is like, oh, you know what? I shot up people because of Greg Doucette. No one on earth thinks that Greg Doucette has that much power and influence over anybody on earth. But he's like, no, he wasn't following me. It's like, buddy, you're not responsible. But maybe you are now. Maybe the act of denial.
Now that you're making me think about it. Why do you have such a problem with it?
Yeah, oh God, that's weird. Tess not on holiday says, I think Dick is somewhat off here. Slazo got Me Too'd, so it was an inherently political apology that turned all but sub 10 people. And even then, half of those people eventually came to Slazo's side. His apology was that he was a bad boyfriend.
Who the fuck is Slazo?
I don't know at all.
Oh.
So there you go. She says
he apologized for what? What did he apologize for? Being a bad boyfriend?
Being a bad boyfriend. So he apologized. He apologized for something else.
And did that work?
I think that's what they're saying. That he turned everybody except for a few people, like 5 to 10 people.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to identify what the infraction was. Like, if Vic has violated something.
Well, if Vic could apologize for being for committing infidelity with his fiance and move on, then yeah,
but
I'm sure
do fans care about that? Like, I mean, the entire Islamic world has a problem with what I would do every day, but I'm not going to apologize for that because that's not where I am. So people could have a problem with what Vic does, but if his sphere, if his customers, if his fans don't, then no, he's got no. Then absolutely, he shouldn't do it. He'll look like a dick.
Look it up. It's a scummy situation you should look into, is someone saying to me. So I'll have to check.
Okay.
He's a YouTube channel. He got wrongfully Me Too'd. Well, I guess I'm the guy who talks about that now, so I should do that.
There's big business in Me Too.
There is, and I hate that. I don't actually want to be the Me Too YouTuber at all.
Yeah.
I care about Vic's case because it's a case, and I find it very interesting. Anyway. She says the Dallas Morning News is a joke paper. The only person I've ever met who reads it is a complete boomer. Yeah, here's how bad the Dallas Morning News is. I'll tell you guys now. Ty Beard subscribed to the Dallas Morning News years ago, tried to unsubscribe, and they still send him a paper. Because they're dying. They need circulation. They're willing to eat a subscription cost for circulation numbers, because circulation numbers translate to ad revenue. So if they can say that they circulate to 2 million households, it doesn't matter if they lose $5 to $10 here and there a month, because the 2 million households is what sells the ads. If it's 1.5 million households, there's less ad money, and that's just how the math works out. Wovenclad says Lemoine should have asked Ron if he was the unicorn in the room. Oh, come on. Where Tiger Ray says the writer of the Vic article for Dallas News wrote about the Duke lacrosse case, calling them rapists. Also in that article, the author talked about the Funimation tweets as if they were talking about Vic when Funimation mentioned harassment where they fired him. Yep, I saw that. And of course, everybody read those Funimation tweets and thought they fired Vic for harassment. There's no question.
Yeah.
Anybody who argues otherwise is lying to you.
Yeah.
Jay Caesar
Nick,
says,
I'm going to head out before I fall asleep.
This is your last question.
Okay, go ahead.
Jay Caesar says, hey, Dick, what's your opinion on Gunts?
Gunts?
Yep.
Oh, man. That fucking picture. That picture of Ralph. One picture with me haunts him for the rest of his life. It's this horrible, field around me that just fucks everybody over. Like the ultimate perspective. If you just get within 10 feet of me, your worst fantasies or nightmares come true.
You're done. Have you seen, like, I know the gun thing bothers Ralph, or at least it used to, and I think Ralph is really, really a nice guy, and I really like him. So yeah. I never mean anything negative about Ralph. He can come on the show whenever he wants, and I go on his show whenever he asks. I really do like him. But there was one really funny Gunt meme where a guy took just the skin hanging below the shirt and rotated it and like follows a river. So like some river exactly. And I saw it and I died laughing. It's like, come on. God cannot be that mean or funny. Oh God.
It's brutal. It was brutal for a while, but yeah, I think he's laughing more about it now.
I hope so. Because like I said, he's a good guy. I really like him. But
yeah, me too.
All right, man. Well, I'll let you buzz out. Thanks for hanging out so long tonight.
Yeah, my pleasure. I love coming on your show. I can't fucking wait for Road Rage. Yeah,
I'll see you there. So
Yeah,
we
buddy.
can frantically plan at the last minute, as we always do for these things, but it'll be great.
It wouldn't be proper any other way.
No, it wouldn't be exciting either.
Yeah, someone sent me a message. It was probably Tanner or whatever. He's like, "Do you know of any bars downtown?" I'm like, "I don't go to bars. I drink all my whiskey at my house 2 hours away. The only bar I know of is the one by my law school, which is in St. Paul. We wouldn't want to be there. We wouldn't want to be there at all. It'd be too far from the action."
I think
So-
Tanner and 80s Girl are planning all the bar stops.
Good, because
that should be fun.
I'm the worst reference. All I know is that if we get the chance, so don't hold me to this, but hold me to this. If Lady Rackets and I can come out Thursday, I'm gonna take you and 80s Girl to a great dinner.
All right.
So
I'll hold you to it.
yeah, I'm working that with babysitters. So
Oh, good.
We'll see.
Good.
if not, maybe I'll just buy you lunch on Friday at like Sonic or something.
Well, that's not as good.
All right, man, get out of here.
Yeah, Nick. See
Thank-
ya.
Thanks,
Bye.
buddy. Peace. You're not gonna hang up, are you? You're just gonna sit there. He didn't hang up. There we go. Oh God! Now there's 2 of me. Hold on 1 second. Let me. There. It worked. I didn't realize I had the chat up. Perfect. Okay, so let me ditch this. Road Rage. Road Rage is Dick's live show. It's on August 17th, which is 11 days from now in Minneapolis. It's a live show. Dick will be there. I will be there. It involves on August 16th, which is Friday, a bar crawl. August 17th will be a bar crawl followed by a show. They're great fun. I can't recommend them enough. If you have any ability to come to the Twin Cities on those dates, definitely do so. That's Road Rage. So, okay. Where are we? We got a couple chats left to read, and then we'll finish the show. Asphyxiation says Sam Hyde follows you. Get him on. I tried. He doesn't like doing the live shows, the live video shows. He's not a big fan. Mario Carter 13 says beard is gay slang for someone a gay person marries to hide the fact they're gay. Beard deposed to beard. Oh no. Next is TLJ Screwjob says that's where we're at. That's where we're effing at. That reminded me of Bill Hicks' quote when he said, where he's saying verbatim what Dick did was ranting at drunk people being retards, though he thought we were destroying America. This was in 1988, 1989. Mercenary X says, sorry about Friday night. Turns out my internet was messed up. Either way, 8chan being deplatformed was too convenient. 4chan can be worse, and it stays up. I think it was all an excuse just to take down QAnon. I think Q scared someone, and 8chan got hit for it. Mercenary X also says, the whole shooting smells too much of a false flag, especially the one whose entire social media presence got wiped out before anyone could get to it. QAnon warned about possible attacks 3 days prior to the gun shootings. He knew something was coming. Night of Hope X says, I love DM Dick, but his cut and run situational morality is what got us into this mess in the first place. Maintaining civilization sometimes means good men going to the wall and being thrown on the pile for their principles. When the left tells you to disobey. Certainly a valid, and I can sympathize with that, actually. Yeah. Andrija Jovanovic says, does Mundane Matt deserve to die? He is the enemy after all, and the enemy deserves what they get. Should false flagging people be punishable by death? Dick, if you can set up a legally sanctioned bout between me and Doug, I'll die a happy man. Godspeed. I don't know that anybody deserves death or life. I'm not. That's a deserving of life or death is a weird premise that that straggles into religious morality that I don't subscribe to. So there you go. Night of Hope X says, I didn't know Lemoine used a cane. I'd really like not to say anything mean about that, but you and I both know I can't help myself. So if his legs and his lungs don't work, what could his What could this unlovable oxygen vampire waddling sack of organs still be living for? So I said, who deserves death and who deserves life is a complex question. Meshikari Roos says, hey, Nick, I saw on Twitter that Lemoine had a connection to the hit piece paper. It's kind of being a conflict of interest if they tried using it in the case. They can't use the hit piece in the case. They can't use the hit piece in the case. It happened well after the factual basis of all of the events. So they can't use the hit piece in the case, or that's not a thing that they can do. It postdates all of the action that is at issue. If they try to use it, they're going to get absolutely hammered on that decision. It'd be a bad choice. Okay, sorry. Schwazoom says, hi, Nick and Dick on Vic. How do they think that things said by other people mean that they're not responsible, especially when everything else said happened after? Once established that they played a part in starting it, won't they be responsible for all? No. What damage is caused by what is a fact statement. It's a fact question. It's resolvable by jury trial. So you could go to jury and say that you can argue competently that Monica is only responsible for what happened specifically in response to her story. And maybe those damages are minimized, but it doesn't matter because there's still damages and there's still lies and they still cause things. And there's no legal requirement to sue everybody who caused you damage. If 10,000 people all say a bad thing about you and it all caused you damage, but one you can actually link the facts to, have jurisdiction over, and bring a case against, and you bring a case against that one. Just because 9,999 other people don't say it, in a legal theory perspective, doesn't mean that you don't bring the case against the one just because you can't identify maybe the other 9,999. It's not how it works. The jury is their job is to determine how much damage the one person caused you. Now, you want to say Vic wasn't damaged by these people. He was damaged by Han, Leia, and Mars Girl. Two people who have no power in the industry and no power over anybody. But he wasn't damaged over one of the biggest voice actors in the industry, Monica Rial, talking to her employer and lying about what happened. That isn't what caused him his damage. It was an anonymous tweet, just like the anonymous tweets that have happened for apparently 9 years without anything. That's what caused him damage. This is a question for the jury. These are how you make these arguments. Okay. Ben Shapiro spells BS, says, you don't know much about Shapiro. He has no principles. I don't. No, I don't. He has no principles except whatever makes Shapiro more money. There you go. It's not just the alt-right that doesn't like him. It's anyone outside of the piss-weak neocons that idolize Mitt Romney and Marco Antifa is good Rubio. Sure. You know why I like Shapiro? He talks faster than I can understand. That's why. No, just like him, I think I agree with him on stuff and I don't agree with him on stuff. But I like everybody. I like people who don't like me. I'm hoping one of the Kick Vic lawyers actually shows up to Road Rage so I can buy him a beer and actually talk to this guy. Not on Twitter, not in front of people, not where everybody needs to be cooler than they are. I just want to talk to him in person. Because that's who I am. I like talking to people and hanging out with them. Schwazoom says, as a lover of ships, screw you, Dick. You won't ruin their naming scheme by calling them the Tess Holiday. But they should keep in mind if they're building huge and naming it after a state doesn't cut it. USS Long Island existed, now USS Wide Island. Good. And Goober Gabber, this is the last one of the show. Says, Nick, what's your opinion on whiskey cream? I tend to just buy some cheap Finnegans to have more bottles to myself to enjoy throughout a weekend. It's also nice to add it to coffee as well. I've never had whiskey cream, and that sounds horrifying to me. So I don't have an opinion on it. I just like whiskey by itself. That's it. Okay, the outro song is playing. Whiskey Drinking Lawyer is playing. It is 3 a.m. It is 3 a.m. Sutairu Masuta, do you like Billy Haywood? Yeah, that's the guy. That's the guy I'm hoping comes to Road Rage so I can just hang out. I bet we get along great. He can disagree with me all day. That's fine. Lots of people disagree with me. I don't mind. Twitch tonight. Yes. Mike Downey. Yes. Twitch tonight. I need to go to the bathroom and grab some snacks. And I don't have a cuck around to bring me a tray. So I do need some snacks, but I will do Twitch. We'll start it up in a little bit. I think we're doing some more Risk of Rain. Because I just can't stop having fun playing that game even though I suck at it. So there you go. The chat is stretched in the video. I know the chat is stretched in the video. Here. I can mess with it in real time. It's just how it goes. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out tonight. Come hang out on Twitch. Help me beat Maddox at Twitch subscribers or followers. I don't care if you subscribe or not. I mean, I like subscriptions for sure, but just follow me just to make fun of Maddox. That's a noble endeavor. Anyway, I will see you all tomorrow night. Ty Beard, Primarch Perseus Tyrannicus Beardicus will be on. We're going to start a new segment called the Law Twitter Dumbass Hour. That is at Ty's idea for a segment on the show. We'll do that, and we'll talk about other stuff, and we'll have a good time. Come join us tomorrow night. Anyways, I'll see you soon. Peace. Wait a minute. Don't leave yet. Rotten Tanuki, I did miss this. It says, Nick, please check out my Day 1 Patch Kids video on stream. It's only 1 minute. Tell me what you think. Sorry, keyboard ran out of batteries. Yep, I'll check it out, buddy. All right, peace.
As we hear lawsplaining tonight, from the wide shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. From the wide shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law.
Oh my God. Insert clever name here. Says, I work for a big software company, not in gaming, and they sponsored an esports team. It's crazy. CWP24 says, from Twitch, says, Fortnite is epic. League of Legends is Riot Games. Guys, they screwed me. YouTube screwed me on showing me these stupid super chats. I can't believe I miss him. I'm so sorry. I'm going to read them on Twitch too. Anyway, peace. Peace for the third frickin' time. Peace.